here, and all they see is us hating ourselves. So why on earth would they even consider assimilating? We bring in way too many people to even try to assimilate. Assimilation is a fantasy that is based on having a strong enough culture that people are aspiring to be part of it. And what this picture is has been conflated, I feel, with what Pierre Poilievre has done with dressing up like in Chinese pajamas and dressing up with a turban and doing all the ethnic routine dances, saying, look, I can be just like you. This is the inverse of that. It's still a bit cringy. I agree with Ferryman, who says, it's not a great look, but I don't agree with the hyperbole of rest in peace, Canada. It's over. They've betrayed me. They've betrayed me. That is a conflation. And to me, that's a fantasy. And it comes from a place where I believe that the group doing it wants to be a political party half, and the other half either want to be in PPC, but it seems like the rhetoric coming out of Diagolon is, no, we're not hanging out with you. We don't like you. And then it seems like on a dime, it can switch to, no, we want to help and you're alienating us. So I don't know what is the game here. I don't know if it's for clicks, for brand, and we're in a competition brand. I mean, I've seen this happen with Chris Sky and the United Front, whatever. I don't even remember what it was now, but I've seen this happen time and time again where people think that PPC is stealing from them, and there's a jealousy that's imprinted in this. And it's really just, it's no boardroom meeting where PPC made a pivot saying we're going after this demographic. It's that Max backs up his candidates, and PPC's a big tent. And the same way he backed up a 2019 candidate who said, I think Islam's evil, and went to bat for that candidate at the, fury of Canadian media, he backed up his happy-go-lucky hippie Michael Bader candidate, who, I'm not trying to deride Michael. He's an amazing character, and he is very accepting. He's civic nationalist to the bone, and we accept that in PPC. And it really, what I've seen this become is, if you're not ethno-nationalist, and we own that term now, you're not getting our support, and that's okay. But that's how I feel this was. I think it was a moment of Michael Bader took a call, said, this sounds like a great idea. It wasn't a great idea, but it wasn't some final nail in the coffin, only if you've always been on that perch, which I'm used to seeing. I'm used to people looking for a reason to tap out, and I felt that PPC's always been in a competition between the blue pill, people that take the easy way out, and the black pill, which is people that are very strong, but their anger is being misdirected into thinking that they can't do anything politically, which is what a lot of Canada's tyranny and undercover force has done. And every time they want to try Canadians as domestic terrorists, the first thing they say is they were not pursuing any political solutions. So I think it's a trap to go into that mess. And even if it's not a trap, it's not hurting you. I feel like Diagolon and PPC are non-overlapping magisteria, where you're a patriot group, we're a political party, you have no rules and you can push the edge as much as you want, but you can't expect public figures to join you in your edge competition. I don't know if that's 3 minutes. I'm hoping you'll cut me off because I'm not looking
No,
at
that's perfect. That was just under 4 minutes. So Ferryman, you can have up to 4 minutes. I wasn't going to cut you off because it sounded like you were wrapping it up. But
feel free. I go on too much.
Yeah. So Ferryman, you got up to 4 minutes now.
All right. So first of all, this specific incident with the Hindu group, I mean, whether or not it was pandering is pretty subjective. It's opinion based. I would argue that it was a form of pandering. Obviously, it's not on the same level as the pandering that Pierre Poilievre or Justin Trudeau engages in, or even Jagmeet Singh for that matter. However, it was a form of pandering to a specific block of immigrants in this country, which is the immigrants who understand that the heat is being turned up on anti-immigration rhetoric, and they don't want to be lumped in with the other immigrants that showed up here yesterday. So to me, this group is probably a higher IQ immigrant. They probably understand, they're probably reading the room and realizing that there's a lot of anti-Indian sentiment in the country right now, and it might be a good idea to get on board with the people who are trying to stop it, because this is not really a great situation for us to be in right now. So 100%, in my mind, it was a form of pandering. It was a form of pandering to the immigrants who don't want to be lumped in with the bad immigrants. Now you can, it's up to you whether or not you think that's a good move. I think it was very obviously a terrible move from the PPC. I would argue that, in fact, it was such a poor political maneuver. It speaks to incompetence. The very fact that they would show up to an explicitly Hindu group for any circumstance, for any reason whatsoever, is mind-boggling to me. The last thing that any Canadian wants to see right now, or specifically any conservative, left or right-leaning or nationalistic-minded Canadian wants to see right now, is another politician taking a photo with a group of Indians. Nobody wants to see that right now. And the fact that Maxime Bernier and Michael Bader couldn't figure that out before they did it, and then even went to the process of posting it, speaks to them not really understanding where Canadians are at. Now, I would also add that the fact that Maxime Bernier had to add that he was not pandering kind of speaks to the fact that he was, or at least that he was afraid it would be construed that way. Just the fact that he had to deny that he was pandering is a very strange thing to do. It's kind of like a what an odd thing to say moment. Like, why would you say that if you're not? It's just a weird, framing of the situation. And then on top of that, lastly, when it comes to the pandering aspect of this, there's another group that is being pandered to that, is kind of the subtext to this. I think the primary group that Maxime Bernier was pandering to with this debacle was actually self-hating or at least white guilt-ridden Canadians. This is the same phenomena that we see with Trump, with blacks for Trump and Latinos for Trump and all this stuff, and how he talks about how he's the best president for blacks and how he loves black people and all this stuff. The reality is that he knows they're not going to vote for him. Did you really believe that he thought he was going to turn a sizable portion of the black population to vote Republican? No, of course not. The people that he's actually pandering to whenever he does this, I love black people, I love Latinos, I love, whoever, is actually white people. He's trying to convince these white people that are riddled with self-loathing and guilt that he's not racist and you're not racist if you support him, and it's okay. So again, it's a very bizarre way of going about it, but that's what he was doing. Now, on top of that, I don't know how much time I have. Can I get a time check there, Greg? Just because I want to.
Yeah, you got about a minute.
Okay, I'll just wrap up here. Lastly, the fact that this group was not vetted by the PPC, again, just speaks to what a terrible political maneuver this was. If you do a cursory search into this group, you'll discover that they explicitly engage in identity politics, which is hilarious to me because you can go look on their website. They openly talk about how they seek to introduce policies that benefit minorities in Canada. They're explicitly a Hindu advocacy group that aims to advocate for Hindus in Canada and also globally. So they're not just a Canadian group, they're actually a global group. So the idea that this is not it's so strange to me that Maxime Bernier would say, I'm not playing identity politics while taking a photograph with a group that explicitly engages in identity politics. And then lastly, just to wrap this up, when you say that this is an inversion of pandering, that it's Hindus for Bernier, I find that fascinating as well, because basically what you're saying is, and you did this with Trump as well, you listed blacks for Trump, Latinos for Trump, whatever group for Trump. What about whites for Trump? It's funny to me because it seems like you're actually okay with identity politics and that the PPC is totally okay with identity politics as long as it's a form of identity politics that aligns with the PPC. So it's okay if it's Hindus for Bernier, that's fine. If it's Hindus for Poilievre, all of a sudden that's a problem. And this just speaks to, as you got into, the identity crisis that Canadians have and this problem with this self-loathing and white guilt that we possess. And we need to get past that. I'll end it there.
Okay, thanks, Ferryman. So, Trans, if you'd like, attack part of Ferryman's argument, or maybe ask him a question, or kind of share what's on your mind based on Ferryman's opening statement.
Sure. Does he want to take a stab at responding to mine first, or do you want me to respond to what he just said?
What do you want Ferryman to respond to specifically?
I'm fine with going first. No. It's just if he had anything other than the question, and he did address some points of what I said, so it kind of was a response to mine. But if he'd like to, I don't know. I just felt fair, but I'm happy to go. I think what he said was there's no lumping together of these groups. I represented that this is a sliver of people, and no matter if they have some agenda that is secretly Hindustani first or on their webpage and they need to be vetted, it was a political stunt for them. It was them wearing a shirt saying live in the country you or support the country you live in, or live in the country you support. So it's the same way that people would say Max is pro mask because he was jokingly wearing a mask that said PPC on it halfway around his chin. If you want to exaggerate it into something that's massive and ending for PPC, you can do that. But I think it was just him backing up a candidate that said yes to a phone call, and that was it. It wasn't some boardroom meeting about the direction of PPC needs to be to pander to these groups. And again, when he says I'm engaging in identity politics, or when Max is engaging in that, no, identity political groups, which we're all organized under, are approaching Max. It's not the inverse of that. It's not him going to, if this group has some agenda for Hindustan, then they're going to hit a brick wall. The same way anyone that wanted Max to weigh in on Israel after the October 7th attacks hit a brick wall. And he said, no, I'm Canada first. It's a very simple, repetitive answer for anyone that wants to pander to their group. No, I'm Canada first. You can all have an equal playing field here. And if you don't fit in with the monoculture that Canada is, that was created by white Europeans, and they can take full credit for that, if you're not good at fitting into that society, you're going to fail in the society and you're going to go somewhere else. But it's up to him to just provide the environment for people to behave in. And if they don't behave, at least you've got a civic nationalist who is letting all people in, but he's not saying you can exist here if you don't jive with the white European created society that made Canada great. So there's other stuff, but I don't know how much time I have. Trump's black vote shift was enormous. It was, normally the Republicans get a fraction of the black vote, and he turned that into like a split. So it was crucial. The black vote was crucial.
Dude, he got a combined like 15% of the black vote, which is a little bit more, but not really. What are you talking about?
When it's 51 to 50 or to 49%, it's massive. When the margins are so small, getting any bump on that is good. He loses if it goes down, is what I'm telling you.
See, this is what I think is so fascinating, because you've brought up blacks for Trump. In our last conversation, you mentioned, Latinos for Trump being, I think you actually said Latinos for Trump is the reason that he won. Like that was the difference maker, Latinos for Trump.
No, I wouldn't say that was the one thing that got him. It's everything. It's not being exclusive. It's not, he didn't hire Nick Fuentes as his campaign manager, is what I mean.
But the one thing that, everybody kind of conveniently skirts around is the fact that Trump won that election because of white people. Overwhelmingly. You
can say we're taking it for granted, but I don't think, am I allowed to do that? Let me just let you go. Sorry, Ferryman, I'll just let you go.
So, well, I mean, there's a lot that we could dissect here, and I want to keep the conversation constructive. And so part of the problem here is that we have different definitions of things. And I think that like a valuable exercise here would be for us to define certain terms so that we can proceed with this discussion, knowing what each other is talking about. So, for example, this question gets brought up a lot, and it's something that's pretty important in today's culture, which, where we have this Canadian identity crisis, which is, what is a Canadian? Very few people can give a definitive answer to that question. It almost always depends on some kind of subjective or vague, interpretation. It's usually a civic nationalist definition. And this is a huge problem, because by definition, if it's determined by values or some kind of subjective, language, that means that really it's anyone, as long as they ascribe to it. So, like, what is your definition of a Canadian, Alex?
I think we might push that off to a little later, because we're going to have Ricardo Duchesne come in, but that's a good teaser.
Almost
but we're
done. Isn't that one of the topics anyways, though, Greg? Isn't that
I mean, if you want to go for it now, I kind of wanted to focus on this tweet a little bit more, because
I just think it would be valuable because it's in the tweet. So, for example, Maxime Bernier says that's how we unite Canadians from different backgrounds.
Sure. But
that's my question is what is a Canadian? Because the people in this picture, these Hindus, to me, they are not Canadian. By definition, they're not Canadian. So if he's talking about uniting with these people, I fundamentally disagree. They're not Canadian. I do not want to unite with them because I don't view them as my kin or my folk. So, like, this is a huge...
Yeah, it's ethno-nationalist.
Yeah, and so, I'll give my definition because I have no problem with it. I believe that Canadians are a European diaspora population who explored, settled, founded, and built the nation of Canada, or the country of Canada. And that is the definite. Now, you may not like that definition. You may take issue with that for all kinds of reason. But the one thing you can't deny is that it's explicit. I've just said, this is what I believe a Canadian is. It's factual. It's immutable. Like, you can't, say like, oh, well, what about this or what about that? I mean, I've just said very clearly what I think a Canadian is. And so, language is important. Understanding people is important. So when I say Canadian, I am referring to the European diaspora population that founded, settled, built this country. What does Max mean when he says Canadian? What do you mean when you say Canadian?
I actually just want to ask you a question real quick, Ferry. Because this is on the red ensign flag as well. Let me be a lefty for a second here. What about the native people who are also on that flag? Do they incorporate to the definition in your mind? Yes or no?
What native people on the flag?
Isn't there three
No, this is some kind of weird myth that was started. There's no explanation. There's no historical significance behind the three leaves, other than that's what a maple leaf branch looks like. It's usually three leaves connected by one branch. So this idea that it represents the Métis, the First Nations, and the Inuit is nonsense. It's something that was applied retroactively, probably by a civic nationalist, but I don't know who. This is just one of those myths.
Sure, okay.
Debunked. But I am glad, however, I'm really glad that you brought up the First Nations. And here's why. Because we have a very good example of modern day ethno-nationalism in Canada right now that everybody almost universally agrees to and has no issue with. And it is the ethno-nationalism of the First Nations people. I was born, I've been told, on the unceded, unsurrendered territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people. Okay? I was born in Ottawa. Does that make me Algonquin? Does that make me Anishinaabe, or whatever the word is? No. So for some reason, we understand that you can only be Algonquin or Cree or Mohawk or Ojibwe or Micmac or any of these things by blood. And the funny thing is, it's not even transferable between First Nations. An Ojibwe can't go join the Cree First Nation, at least not implicitly. Like, they would have to be accepted into it. I don't know if that ever occurs, but it's a perfect example of where ethno-nationalism exists in this country and nobody bats an eye at it. But whenever a Canadian, and my definition of a Canadian, asserts that they are an explicit, ethnic group, all of a sudden that is racist. It's called into question, and it needs to be, shut down. So this is a perfect example of where, rules for thee, rules for me, but not for thee, when it comes to ethno-nationalism. And again, nobody has an issue with this. Everybody knows that it makes perfect sense that I'm not Algonquin just because I was born on Algonquin territory. So what is the issue with Canadians asserting themselves as a specific and exclusive ethnic group? Why is that a problem?
So but just to, nail down these definitions here. So in your mind, Algonquins are Algonquins. They're actually not Canadians. And like these different First Nations, they're First Nations.
In my mind too. Like, I'm a Civ Nat, and I think they should be, but I don't think they are. I think they live on reserves and they live exclusive with exclusive rights. They can fish as much as they want.
I got a curveball.
The white man can't.
I got a curveball. What about the Métis people, which is an ethnic makeup of like French fur traders and various native
I thought
groups?
they're just white people who want to be on the privilege scale.
Well, that's how it often plays out in modern times, but that's actually a perfect example. So if you take the Métis, they are two ethnic peoples that merged into one group that have a distinct culture. Now, the interesting thing is that Métis culture, at least in early Canadian history, was not so different from Quebecois culture early on, but for some reason we understand that the Métis and the Quebecois are not the same thing, despite the fact that there's a large overlap between them, both culturally and ethnically. So for some reason, we understand that when you mix two groups, you get something new, which is exactly what happened in Canada. We mixed European peoples and we got something new, right? And so another one of the issues I take with something that Trans said earlier is he likes to define Canadian culture or what it means to be Canadian as a multi-ethnic, monocultural society. And this is a complete, actually, it's an inverse of what Canadian actually used to be. We used to be a multicultural but monoracial society. We had French, Irish, Scottish, English. These were all different cultures that merged together. And yes, those different cultures remain distinct. It's why we have Acadian and Quebecois and the cowboy prairies and all of this stuff. These were different cultures that merged, but they were monoracial. And it's only in modern times that the inverse has become the truth, where it's supposed to be, and it's not monocultural, which I think actually trans would agree with. There's absolutely no monoculture in this country whatsoever. So to call it that is a
No, I don't think it is, Ferryman. I think it should be. I definitely don't think we're a monoculture. I think we're an absolute mess of multiculture.
I actually disagree. I think Canada should be monoracial, and we can keep our multicultural aspect, because the multiculturalism of the Quebecois and the English and Irish and Scottish, and to a lesser extent other European peoples, actually merged very well. Assimilation, for some reason, actually works whenever it's with your ethnic kin. And that's the difference, because the truth is that there's really not that much difference between the Dutch and the English when it comes to religion or beliefs, cultural systems, values. They're very similar. The major difference is language. And once you bridge that barrier, it's really not that big of a problem, is it? And if you want a perfect example of that, look at the Ukrainians. We've taken in hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians in this country in the last 2 years or 2.5 years. Do you see them waving their flags in the streets of Ottawa and Toronto every weekend? Do you see them fighting with other ethnic groups constantly? For some reason, the ethnic Ukrainians were somehow able to merge into Canadian society almost seamlessly. Aside from the accent, they seem to fit right in. Whereas for some reason, Indians do not. It's almost like there's an ethnic thing at play here or a racial thing at play here. And ignoring that is going to be our downfall.
Okay, that we've gotten a good idea of what Ferryman defines as a Canadian. Trans, let's hear more from your perspective on answering this question on what a Canadian is.
Yeah, well, a Canadian is what Ferryman said, but a Canadian citizen is, unless you're not going to accept that citizenship be issued to immigrants, is people of any color at the moment. And I agree with him that I would love to have a discriminatory process for who we allow into the country, that they need to be compatible with the society we live in. But there is a huge number of people that we can't just put a knife down the middle and say, you're not white, so you've got to go. That gets rid of, Karima and Jeremy's lawyer. And I don't know, when Ferryman says stuff like this, it's such 20 years in the future, you haven't mapped this out. Unless you want an immediate collapse and a Negan-like dystopian state where you round up anyone of color without regard to their character, then this is an impossible thing that only makes you completely politically toxic. So it's not realistic in the least. And I haven't heard a framework. For all the bluster about I agree. I agree that whites should be proud of themselves and no one suffers at the hands of the Marxist privilege scale. White, straight, capitalist men have been put on a pyre in the privilege scale to burn as a scapegoat for all other races that are having trouble assimilating to our culture. I get all that. But we must deal with the situation that we currently find ourselves in, and to get any kind of a playing field where all cultures can participate equally and people will see for themselves, like, unless I behave like the white European culture, I don't seem to be thriving in this society. Perhaps I'll go. When I don't have the welfare mechanisms that are going to reward me based on how racialized I am, perhaps I'm going to go. We can only solve the problems Ferryman's talking about with a populist meritocracy, not a heading to Wall Street and say, get the Jews out and everything will be good. That is a drastic caricature that in the near term doesn't allow us to realize goals of just having a monoculture that is based in the utopian state that Ferryman espouses, that whites created everything and it works really great. I say let every ethnicity participate in that culture. And if they succeed, they will stay and you will be happy with them and they will be the Karimas and they will be the Jeremy's lawyer. And if you're not happy with them, they won't be making money and they will not be staying here. But in order to get to that reality where people can actually live and thrive, it's not like whites are doing remarkably well right now. And the excuses I'm hearing for the low fertility rates is once we get this problem sorted and we do this dream of driving around with vans getting colored people out of here, I'm going to start having kids after that. That's obscene. That is, there must be whites working for their own good and not just hating and blaming everything else, because that is the trap that has been leading everyone around and keeping everyone divided from the beginning. Instead of building yourself up to who you want to be in your community, getting in touch with the church, getting in touch with having 5 fucking kids per family just cuz. And if you don't have enough money, kids have a way of getting you to not spend as much on alcohol and drugs and getting lost in your obsessions of making Batman more fucked up so you can still enjoy being an adolescent at the age of 35. We have a lot of work to do in the white community that doesn't involve pointing fingers at everyone else saying, this fucking sucks, you fucking suck, and politics fucking sucks.
So I think you were touching on a number of things there, Trans. I think at the end there, I like to call this sort of dichotomy. If you saw my recent Remembrance Day video, I talk about self-respect and really loving your people. And that's kind of where the strength comes from to assert yourself and to say, like, no, we need to deport these people because I have respect for myself and my people. Whereas I think what Trans was referring to there is that sometimes people, it's not so much about self-respect and loving your own people. It's actually about hating others and resenting others. And I do think that is something like, I think people should be able to express themselves and be hateful and be angry. I think it's actually a very important thing. However, when people get possessed by their hatred and their resentment and it becomes all about that, I think that can be a destructive and dangerous and unproductive thing. Because it's, like I said, it's not coming from that place of wanting the best for your people. It's coming from a sort of negative place. But if you wanted to respond to that, Ferry, and maybe respond to something else Trans said.
Yeah, I would first start by saying, look, it's very easy to say hate is bad, but the reality is that hate is a consequence of having the things which you love threatened. Without a deep hatred of that which threatens, which we love, it's not really love, is it? That's what I would say to that. If you don't hate that which threatens what you love, you don't really love that thing. So this is just, the natural emotions. But I'd like to come back to, again, civic nationalism. Because this is a major talking point. It's fundamentally a paradoxical ideology. Just right off the bat, by definition, it makes no sense. Nation is derived from the English word nation, right? Old English word, dates back to the 1500s. It means race. Which is it's also rooted in the French word natia, I think, which is, again, it means race. And it's rooted fundamentally in the Latin word nationem, which means race. Like, this is what nationalism is. The entire development of the modern political state, what we refer to as the nation state, is essentially ethno-nationalism. That's why Serbians want their own state, and Swedes want their own state, and Germans want their own state, et cetera, on down the line. Nationalism is ethno-nationalism by definition.
Caesar, for
the only reason that we refer to nationalism as ethno-nationalism or civic nationalism in modernity is because of the bastardization of things like civic nationalism, which was coined in 1944 by the Jew Hans Cohen. So this is a relatively modern, version of nationalism. And again, too, I wonder why, that particular tribe would feel the need to dilute what nationalism means in a way that is more inclusive of them. It's a very interesting take on nationalism, isn't it? And so again, this is only in the post-war era that this really kicks off. And if we again, history is important. Understanding where we come from is important. This whole civic nationalist stuff, even in the Canadian context, doesn't begin until the 1960s. And it doesn't even really begin in earnest until the 1990s or early 2000s. And the demographic replacement doesn't really begin in earnest until, 2010. Like that's whenever it really got crazy. And so when I was born in this country in 1989, it was 90% European. At the end of the Second World War, it was 97% European. The idea that like this whole, we need to include other ethnic groups as part of the Canadian population is a modern thing. And in fact, it goes back to the people that I would suspect most of the listeners right now despise. It's Pierre Elliott Trudeau. Like that's where a lot of this stuff comes from. This modern version of Canada as a multicultural state begins under, well, to an extent, Lester B. Pearson, but really in earnest underneath Pierre Elliott Trudeau. And so to say, basically, when you say like, oh, I want Canadian to go back to the 90s, what you're saying is you want to go back to the multiculturalism before it got too bad, which is part of the problem here. There's this kind of attitude that I see among Canadians where they think of, the Great Replacement or demographic change as beginning under Trudeau, which is nonsense. The only reason Trudeau was able to crank it up to 11 is because his dad and Lester B. Pearson cranked it up to 3. Before 1960, the idea that we would take any immigration from non-European countries was ludicrous. And if you don't believe me, go back and look at what the leaders of this nation believed until Lester B. Pearson. To a lesser extent, Diefenbaker kind of yielded on it. But I can give you quotes if you want, and many of you have heard them. Sir John A. Macdonald. If I might, I want to read these because I feel like this is valid information that needs to be discussed more explicitly.
If you want, I could say some stuff, Trans could say some stuff, and you could find a tweet potentially that says this, or would that take too long?
Oh, I have it.
Oh, you have it? Okay. Do you have it now? There's something I wanted to respond to there.
Go for it if you want then first.
Yeah, so like, this sounds like a pretty grand project. And I think this is kind of part of the issue here where it's like, well, like respectfully, I think, Ferryman, you are a radical in your beliefs. I think it's a good thing. I like to have you around. I think your point of view is very, very compelling. But you're essentially saying we need to make Canada a white country and deport everyone who isn't white. Like, is that no, what I was going to say, is that what you believe, or is what is the sort of dream goal you have? Hold on. What is your dream goal? And also, is there any other sort of replica or case study where this has happened in Europe or something or other that could be used as a model that's actually realistic and accomplishing?
Yeah. So first of all, look, it's Trans said this. It's very hard to predict in the future how this would play out. And yes, I understand that this is something that would need to be done incrementally, but it will never happen if we don't first identify what a Canadian is and assert that this is what we want. And on top of this, I would add that I am Canadian first. I am not Canada first. Canada is a state. Okay. It's a government. That's what we're talking about. I am about protecting and preserving the Canadian people. I want us to keep our unique identity. I don't want us to be diluted and turned into, some kind of, Kalergi brown kind of soup. Okay. I want us to maintain our European character, and I want us to exist. If that requires the dissolution of the state of Canada, I'm okay with that, because ultimately Canada is a name. Canadian is a name. We can be rebranded. Right? We've done it before. We were English, we were Scottish, we were this, and we became Canadian. And it's distinct. It is unique. So I'm not so concerned with preserving the state of Canada, which it seems to me is what the PPC is largely concerned with, is preventing the state of Canada from falling into complete disrepair. I'm okay with that. That doesn't bother me at all, as long as Canadians discover their tribal instincts and realize that they are a unique people. They do have a right to exist, and they have just as much of a claim to a national identity as any other group of people. And I'm tired of us pretending that we have to sell that identity to everybody else. So yes, is it complex? Is it something that would be messy? Of course it is. But even the PPC's own plan would be incredibly messy. I've read the PPC's immigration policy. What do you think deporting 1 million illegals looks like? That's roughly how many illegals there are in this country, 600,000 to 1 million. What do you think that looks like? Do you think that looks like sunshines and rainbows and chocolate cake? No, that's what you're talking about is loading women and children and obviously men onto planes and boats at gunpoint while they cry and beg you to stay. That's what you're talking about. And so whenever I see people afraid of being called racist, afraid of what is the media going to say, or what is the optics of this? How is this going to be perceived? I don't believe you have the stomach to do what needs to be done, because as we saw, it's very easy for the media to make people feel guilty and to make them feel empathy for immigrants. We saw it with the Syrian boy on the beaches of wherever it was, Turkey or Greece. We saw it, recently at the border where they had children, I think it was staged, crawling through barbed wire at the southern border. And we saw it in, whatever it was, 2016, or with the, children in camps being separated from their parents. If you truly believe that you're going to execute mass deportations, you better get a tougher stomach. If you think that I'm too extreme, I don't think you have the guts to do what actually needs to be done to save this country, the state or the people. And if you don't, that's fine. Get out of the way, because there are people who do have the stomach for this fight.
Okay.
Can I go?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, well, we're talking about a political party. That's why I've had a problem with what you're saying. You just admitted I'm a black pillar. I don't want the state. The state is politics. We are a political party, dude. So you said, I don't want the state to win, or I don't want this society to keep going. And if that means we all get stronger, that's a black pill admitted. That's fine. No. That's what I've always said.
Let me clarify.
No.
You can continue, but let me clarify. I said I don't care if the state of Canada continues.
Okay.
I'm fine with it continuing if it goes in the right direction. But I'm also not I'm not going to cry and lose sleep over the Canadian government falling into disrepair and some kind of dissolution of confederation occurring where we have this balkanization process or this reordering of the Canadian territory. That doesn't really bother me. So I'm not going to lose sleep over the Canadian state falling apart, but it's not necessarily that I want it. Okay, there's a big difference.
Trans,
cool.
hold on, Trans, if you're going to use the term black pillar, then can you define kind of more what that means?
Giving up on political solutions. There's no point. All politicians are the same. The establishment, populists, both conflated as being part of the same problem. It's a heuristic used to make life simple and not have faith in any politician again, which I, sympathize with. But I think populism is anti-politics, and we're regularly demonized, and we're regularly going against what the media establishes as the narrative. So we actually take a lot of arrows for things, and we are not the pussies you think we are. And there is a legitimate justification for deporting illegals. There is no justification for a helter-skelter race war approach that is ill-defined and hasn't been thought out. So I think in every regard, if you're in control of the government with a populist government, you simply turn off the tap to welfare, and most of the problem takes care of itself. But if it does come down to the military, in 2019, Max was promising putting the military on the border to stop Roxham Road, to do all kinds of things. And our military protecting its own borders would actually be a use of our military that has some pride in their own country and protecting borders, which is the context of nationalism that we colloquially talk about these days, is more our state first, not the global UN state where we hand our sovereignty over to unelected bureaucrats. So that's when I use the term nationalist. That's why we're demonized as nationalists in the media. So I really think that, what else did you say? You said something about you want to be, I don't want it to be back in the 90s. I want to go 50s. I want people naming their kids weird shit like Hap Day and Punch Imlach and all kinds of crazy shit. But we can't have that. We've got to deal with the cards we're dealt. And I don't think that you've defined a way to adjudicate who stays and who goes. And in that vein, it is politically non-existent, the society that has gone strict ethno-state in the realm of politics. But then again, you just admitted politics isn't your first priority. So I think we can agree to disagree. You can say that this is a dream for the future, but we're working in the present with a political party. So I don't think it's fair of you to demand things in the Patriot group where there's no rules and there's no names associated, and use public political figures as your human shields to, if I agree, it's tough to get out in the streets and say mass deportations without a mask on. But then again, you're saying, I'm not getting bored on your political party unless you publicly do that with your name behind it. Politics is downstream from culture, and the
You
culture in
you are
Canada,
doing.
especially with white people, is rock bottom. We should rebuild a pride in ourselves. We should be addressing the fact. I'm with you on the fact of the cultural Marxists that took over. I'm with you on the fact that Pierre Trudeau unleashed hell on Canada by opening up multiculturalism and using state subsidized media to say multiculturalism is a good thing 20 times a day to brainwash everyone. I understand where that came from too. I understand the Trilateral Commissions, the big new Brzezinski saying that he's going to take liberal freedoms away from people by pitting groups against each other. The Frankfurt School defining us into all these little groups where all we care about is our little slice and we attack each other. We can unify in the short term under civic nationalism to at least provide an arena where we can have a culture that if you're not good at white culture that we built here, you aren't going to thrive here and you're not getting a handout for being here. All problems take care of themselves in that genre. I'm not saying that it solves everything, but you also don't have a plan. So it's like we're dealing in the here and now with public figures, and you're talking about the in the future, once this and this happens, and it's not political. So I don't know what we're arguing anymore.
Well, so for like to say that we don't have a plan is incorrect. We do have a plan. It's organized white men. That is the plan. Everything that needs to be accomplished has to be done through organized white men. And until we figure out how to do that, so I like to use this analogy. You've got a problem here, which is a broken engine. And everybody's sitting around speculating about how you're going to fix the engine, but you don't have the tools. So you can talk, like, and this is the thing with the PPC, you guys can talk all you want about what policies you're going to implement whenever you get power, but you don't have power. And you're not going to have power anytime soon. And the fact is, your biggest base, the demographic with which the PPC can draw on more than any in this country is pissed off white men. That is your number one demographic. And you may not like it, but a huge chunk of those men are what most people call racist. And there's more of them every day. Canadians become more racially conscious by the minute. It absolutely correlates with the number of Indians and foreigners they flood into this country. The more they pump them in, the more aggressive and racist Canadians are going to become. And you have expressly said that you don't want the support of racists. You don't want the support of those people. You've basically told one of your target demographics, probably your biggest target demographic, to go fuck themselves. That is a terrible political strategy if you intend on taking power. Me, I'm different. I'm saying if you're a pissed off white man, come join us. Let's tribe up. Let's organize. Let's start putting pressure on these fucking politicians, on these lobby groups, on all these things. And that's exactly what we did, which is why you and I are having this conversation right now, because we put pressure on the PPC and said, we don't like this. And you said, oh man, that's not good. Like, and now you're scrambling to try and put out fires. That's exactly what needs to happen. When a politician engages in this kind of behavior that's unwanted, that's exactly what we need to do, is throw our weight around as an ethnic collective, which every other group in this country does. And until white people figure out that you not using identity politics, not tapping into racial collectivism is like trying to fight Goliath with a pool noodle. You're saying and then acting like you're virtuous for not using a sword.
Okay, so I want to bring...
I can respond to that?
I want to say something really quickly, which is my stance, because you guys have kind of both given your stance. My stance is kind of in between that, which is I think Trump tapped into the, white ethnic vote in 2016, and he did this tactfully. He did this with smart messaging. He didn't overtly say that he was like, trying to save the white race or anything like this. He had, he was very strategic in dog whistling to white Americans in 2016, and that's a huge reason why he won, I think. So I think that the solution is somewhere in the middle where, this more radical faction that is very racially conscious can exist and still support the PPC, and the PPC can still dog whistle to this group, and it's like, everybody wins because the PPC gets to be a more public, professional-facing group that represents the ideas of the more radical faction, without counter-signaling. But that's kind of where I land in the middle there. But Trans, you can hop in here. I do kind of want to bring the conversation back closer to reality here in terms of like what we should do now until the next upcoming election to And some people might say, oh, there is no, fuck elections. But no, this is a big opportunity to make our ideas more popular. And I think we can all agree that that's a pretty good goal, regardless of where you stand or what kind of flag that you're waving right now, if you're listening to this space anyway. But Trans, feel free to hop in and...
Yeah, I mean, there's aspects of what Ferryman does that I am a fan of. The fact that you're getting together, you're getting white men to get off booze and go to the gym and start boxing, that's healthy stuff. But marshaling hatred is a very unstable thing to do. And it's actually, there's a long litany of the tyrant himself pretending to be PPC, whether through the Warren Kinsella Project Cactus. What they're saying and what they infiltrate our groups to tell us to do is not exactly what I want them to do. That's not me being a pussy, but walking around saying shit-skin Jeets gotta go is not something that flies very well in the political arena. Now, maybe you will generate enough hatred in the white demographic to make that a political needle mover, but I think that's absolute political kryptonite. That is exactly what Trudeau wants to insert into PPC, so Jagmeet can once again say, why are we allowing Max Bernier, the hateful bigot, on the stage tonight? He did that in 2019 just based on Project Cactus's fake racist jacketing us. It's not that I think you're racist. It's that the general public at large has been programmed to accept only enough reality in their lives where white people are not allowed to represent themselves. I am a fan of white people representing themselves, but representing yourself to define yourself by you hate everyone else and mud skin Jeep, like that type of talk is hate energy. What the talk should be is we're going back to church. We're having lots of kids. We're getting together for a barbecue with our many children that we're having. Those are positive aspects of building up white identitarianism, but being used as a cudgel, there's no precedent of it. So it's not like you're walking around like a limp, wet noodle. There's a precedent of this happening across the world, but in Canada, there's a very strong force at work of state subsidized media with $700 million going to CTV and Global News and City News, and then $1.5 billion going to CBC, and people being illuminated. Everyone wants to believe that they know what's going on, and they want to spend the least amount of time in their day knowing what's going on. So they are informed by the CBC News. Oh, I don't watch it for the news, just for the weather, but you stay for the social programming. So while that Overton window is in a place where people are only accepting of so much reality at the moment, taking on these positions and betting on the fact that you're asking for a conundrum. Okay, PPC goes full on board with white identitarianism. So we'll lose the vote, but we'll gain your demographic. But you're saying the demographic's growing so much that you should want us in your camp. We want stable. We're not in competition with Diagolon. We're not. It shouldn't be throw PPC into the hate fest every night about we move the needle. They don't. You have no rules. You don't need to be nice or put your name behind stuff. You can be sort of Diagolon online and say whatever you want. But people that are running for public office are public figures. So you're conflating two areas and bragging about how well you do in your lane, but that's fine. Your lane is also what they're saying they want. They have created an appetite for the enemy is ideologically motivated extremism coming from white nationalist men, and going right into where they're foreshadowing they want us to go and where their agents try and make tough talk the thing to gain the coots for it. Tell me what you want to do to the RCMP. And I don't even think they said anything, but they'll make it up. That's how desperate they are for us to be uncontrolled with our language. So I like to live in a place where I don't need to form a secret group. You're in the inner circle in the ivory tower, and only you will know my future plans for the white man. I like being open about things and saying, I don't fucking care. I want to have a culture that's based on white European culture that built this place that we're very proud of. And if you don't succeed in it, you're fucking going home. And unfortunately, CivNat is the best home for that to achieve anyone's goals. And going ethnocentric is no recent precedent of that working anywhere. We're in a PSYOP state. 9 out of fucking 10 Canadians injected Tide Pods into their arm, and we're asking them to, build a time machine. It's not going to work.
Well, I think if it doesn't work, then we fundamentally fail. So the reality is, unless we can get Canadians to start taking a more ethnocentric approach to politics, they will inevitably die out as a unique people. So while, again, you say I'm black-pilled, I've taken on the most, massive and insurmountable task that I can, which is getting Canadians to think racially. And to be honest, I think we've done a pretty good job of it over the past 2 years, whether you want to call it Diagolon or certain influencers. And it's not just Diagolon. This is another thing again, like this isn't a personal attack, but you constantly do this. You reduce the nationalist movement in Canada down to Diagolon. The reality is a sizable portion of the PPC are ethno-nationalist, or at least ethno-nationalist leaning. They've found what they perceive to be the only home that there is for their kind of politics. And you constantly, turn your nose up at them. So like, this is, again, it's a problem. It's not just Diagolon, man. This is a growing movement. For example, the mass deportations rally that happened in Hamilton last weekend, that wasn't us. That was not us. That was a completely unrelated group. So to reduce it down to just, this is Diagolon, no, this is a sentiment that is growing among Canadians, and it's a good thing. It's a good thing that Canadians are starting to think racially and understand that they are. And then on top of this too, I don't understand, like, again, it's weird because sometimes I think the PPC understands that, the real essentials of what is being done to Canadians and the wider European world. And then other times it's like they completely, are delusional about it. So I'll give you an example of this. Maxime Bernier, not quite, maybe a couple weeks ago, I'm not sure, not too long ago anyways, he had a tweet that said that it's not a great replacement theory, it's a great replacement fact, something along those lines. Now, when I saw that, I was like, holy shit, that's awesome from Max. Like, way to go. Like, finally a politician said it. And the reason I thought that is because the great replacement theory is it's not a theory, obviously it's a fact, but it's an explicitly racial concept. It's what it is. It is a racial concept. It is the theory that white people are being systematically targeted in all of their respective countries for replacement. And Maxime Bernier dog whistled to it. So I was like, oh, he gets it. Like, this is an attack on white people. Now, typically, the way conservatives of the more normie variety, and to a lesser extent PPC, typically the way they frame the immigration argument is in terms of economics or in terms of culture. Now, the problem with this is that basically, if you make the economic argument against immigration, and obviously there is one, and obviously it's true, okay? Obviously it's bad for housing, it's bad for wages, it's bad for infrastructure, healthcare, all of these things. It's an incredible burden. Like, we've put ourselves in a population trap with the level of immigration we have. So obviously there's an economic problem to it. But fundamentally, the major problem with it is that it's a bioweapon. We are being systematically replaced in our own country by foreigners, and it's destroying our nation. And I mean the people. That's what it's ultimately destroying, is us as a distinct people. And the problem with this is that economic problems, they can go away. So if right now there was no economic problem with immigration, and there was tons of housing, and you could get a doctor in 5 minutes, and you could get a high paying job very easily because jobs were in such a high demand and all this stuff, does that mean it's then okay to import more and more people and replace Canadians and turn us into some kind of cosmopolitan, futuristic, multicultural, multiracial society, like basically the Star Wars cantina? Does that mean it's okay as long as everybody's making money? And my answer to that is no. I would much rather endure a Great Depression than the Great Replacement. I would much rather live in a poor country with my own kin and ethnic folk than live in a rich country like Singapore that is a multicultural authoritarian state. I don't care about the money. I don't care about preserving a specific kind of Canadian value. I care about preserving the Canadian people. Now, the last thing I want to get into here is the civic nationalist argument. It is fundamentally a ridiculous argument. And I'm going to lay it out as quickly as I can here. The main reason for this is because, okay, so when you talk about civic nationalism, there's typically three factors that people bring up that are part of civic nationalism, or that make you part of the nation. The first is birth. So if you were born there, that makes you a thing. The second is citizenship. So if you possess a certain piece of paper, now you're part of the nation. And the third is values of some kind. So I want to dissect these because it's important. The first is birth. That's obviously ludicrous. Even the PPC's own platform denies this. There's a reason why ending birthright tourism is in the platform, because we all know instinctively that the idea that you can just be born somewhere and that makes you a thing is ludicrous. a dog born in a stable is not a horse, obviously, right? So we understand this. Moreover, we know that I just gave you the example not too long ago of the First Nations. I was born on Algonquin territory. Am I Algonquin? No, obviously not. So like we understand that birth is not what makes you part of a nation. It is blood, right? It's birth in terms of blood, not birth in terms of location. The second is the citizenship argument. Now, we all know that this is also ridiculous. The idea that if you get a piece of paper, somehow you are now transubstantiated into something that you previously weren't is at face value ludicrous. And we all agree with this. There's so many people in here right now, even if you disagree with me in terms of the racial aspect, you all would admit that a bunch of these people who have obtained citizenship in Canada, particularly under the Trudeau era, are not Canadian. They have a piece of paper that says they are, but that does not make them Canadian. They're paper Canadians at best, right? And we all understand this to be true. The other aspect of that, obviously, is that like I could just put it this way to use a good analogy. Does a man become a woman because he got a driver's license that says he's a woman? If a man puts on a dress and he engages in what are considered female things, and he uses the woman's washroom and the woman's change room, and he gets a driver's license that says he's a woman, is he a woman? Obviously not. Nobody accepts this argument, at least in this sphere. In this kind of the people listening right now, nobody would accept that argument as being valid. And the same applies for citizenship. Just because you have a piece of paper that says you're something does not mean you're that thing. The last is values, and this is the one that you'll see come up the most when people argue for civic nationalism, is that somehow people who subscribe to a certain set of values, that somehow makes them American or Canadian or British or something like that. Now, obviously, this again is ludicrous. Canadians have a completely different set of values, across the board. Would you argue that a liberal who has, incredibly divergent values to say a PPC member is not a Canadian? Just because, they could be a 10th generation, Tessier from Quebec. They're not a Canadian because they're a liberal?
Because they have blue hair. Yeah.
Yeah. So this argument is ridiculous as well. And moreover, values change with time. So to say that, values are what make you a certain thing is obviously insane. You wouldn't say that, an Englishman born in 1500s England is less English than an Englishman born today because their values are completely different. That's obviously nonsense. And if that's true, the Canadian values of today would insinuate that people like Sir John A. Macdonald, Sir Wilfrid Laurier, William Lyon Mackenzie King are somehow not Canadian because their values absolutely do not align with the majority of Canadians' values today. So is that the argument that's being made? That and what it really boils down to is this. Everybody who argues that a certain set of values are what make you Canadian basically defines those values as whatever their own values are. So if you talk to a liberal about what makes a Canadian, you'll get things like inclusion, acceptance, diversity, like these types of things. If you talk to a PPCer, you'll get completely different definitions. And that is the point. It's subjective. So this idea that civic nationalism is some kind of, golden ticket out of here or the best vehicle out of here is just fundamentally wrong, because it implies that everybody who wants to be Canadian is Canadian. All they have to do is say that they subscribe to whatever set of values you say they have to subscribe to, and now all of a sudden they're Canadian. And what is the difference between that and Trudeau saying a Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian? There's no difference fundamentally. The only difference is what you determine the values to be. So this whole argument of civic nationalism, I reject fundamentally. It's a ludicrous ideology that is basically, just a way of saying you're not racist. And fundamentally, it's rooted in cultural Marxism. That's fundamentally what it's rooted in. That's who popularized the term. It's cultural Marxism. So I fundamentally reject it. And anybody claiming that civic nationalism is the way out of this, I just think they don't fundamentally understand what they're talking about.
Okay. Greg, do you want to go? I can go.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I'd love to hear your response to that, Trans. Like the broad question, I guess, is like, what do you think is the utility of civic nationalism? And assuming you are a civic nationalist and you think that's the best path forward for the PPC.
Yeah, it's the medium forward for PPC. It's not something I'm proud to be. It's simply the best way possible. There are many Canadians who are not white that do share our values. There are things that unite us that we can use against the ID politics war that is designed to divide us, no matter where it came from. I mean, ancient Rome was issuing citizenship to Spaniards and non-Roman born, and that's been happening a lot longer than the Frankfurt
that's
School.
Such a terrible. I don't mean to interject, but that's such a terrible example because that is exactly what led to the fall of the Roman Empire.
I'm talking like 300 BC. If you fought in the Roman military, you could be. It was like 400 years before the fall. So
yeah, again, including foreigners in the
400 years. Okay, dude,
hang on, including foreigners in the Roman military is one of the key factors that was that resulted
in late stage. Yeah, in late stage when the Visigoths and the barbarians were being invited in. I get that, but I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying that it didn't start. Citizenship to immigrants did not begin with cultural Marxism. CivNat as a term is what we're using because that's what's been popularized. But it's not some deep philosophical avenue that guides my principles in politics. It's simply something that has a very recent history of working around planet Earth. So it has that going for it. That's a pretty big thing it's got going for it. You also said, like, there's a problem with birth rate. Dude, we want a moratorium on immigration. We want to stop the flow. We want to establish a conversation exactly along the lines that you're saying. There's so much that you agree with, and you like downplay it as like, yeah, even Max says this, but it's a dog whistle. So like you downplay the things that you totally agree with this on. And this is a genuine thing that I see from a lot of people that are looking for an excuse not to get on board with any. Until it's perfect, I'm not on board. Unfortunately, you will never get everything you want in politics. And if you have a volatile support that uses your massive influence, because you are really good at communicating, Ferryman, you are really, when you're talking, people are listening and I'm listening. There's a lot of shit you say that I find utterly fascinating. But you're saying to your whole base, because of a photograph, that it's over. No, get out, guys. Come join this poll. Tell them it's over. Fucking help me. It's over. It's over. It's over. You're using everything that you've accrued in your influence to tell everyone that it's over. And I don't find that to be a stable base of support. And I have, for a long time, been really nice. I love coming into Diagolon Lives. I love chilling with you, Derek, and Jeremy, and everyone thinks I'm cringy. That's fine. I don't care. Politics is a separate vein for me, and it used to be okay for Dags to be fine with PPC. I'm fine with this. It started getting very ideologically uniform in there, to the point where I'm like, guys, I don't really want the support if it's going to be this bipolar. And if you use the analogy that we're just helping you, we're just keeping the Overton window, you're not going to help Tina Turner sing better if you keep smacking her, Ike. You need to be at least a little positive and put aside and get into your category where you are a patriot group. You are capable of doing and saying a lot of things anonymously that are not feasible in the public political realm. So I just don't get, it seems like we line up more than you could ever hope for to have a political party in Canada. But it almost feels like we're slowing down an accelerationist dream that you're having of like, I'd rather see it all fall and we get strong than have you guys slow it down with the false promise that they're going to assimilate. And I'm telling you, we're not trying to get people to assimilate. We're trying to put back in the monoculture that was created by white Europeans and say everyone's on an even playing field. We're not using the Marxist, you get a cookie for where you are on the privilege scale. If you're a transgender, indigenous, BIPOC, lesbian with 3 amputated limbs, you get to the front of the line. There's no fucking such thing as that in a PPC world. So we're just trying to establish an arena from which we can have a culture actually exist. And there's so much work to be done in the realms of fertility and birth rates. So we don't need to go. There's so much work to be done to get kids not to self-diagnose and get on drugs and get on hormone blockers so they can't even be counted on to do a job at Tim Hortons. And we get that excuse out of the door. If PPC comes in and Max Bernier ends the illegals coming in, we're talking about 5 million people. We're talking about 4.9 million people on expired visas, on the temporary workers. Every one of them will be gone as soon as it expires, and we're not going to be renewing it. There is a way out. There is hope. But what PPC is up against is the weak and the overstrong fallacy. It's like, if you're weak enough, go with Pierre, go with what you know. But unfortunately, our main enemy right now, there are different hurdles in society. And to get over the next hurdle, that's Agenda 2030, digital ID, everything will be monitored. All of your speech will be monitored. Don't give them an excuse right now by walking into every trap. Don't do exactly what their undercover agents are encouraging everyone to do, and just gather peacefully, build what you love. We should have learned all this from when we were at the convoy, where we existed there peacefully and we built stuff. We didn't go blaming everyone, and we didn't go saying, I hate this, I hate this, I hate this. It's a very easy energy to run on, but it's utterly unstable, and it will always boomerang on you, and there will always be saboteurs just waiting and just sitting in your chat, waiting for you to go too far to make you politically toxic. That's their goal, and you're saying, I got all the strong guys over here. We're not fucking getting on board with you guys. That's fine, but that is part of their plan. It's to use the strong ones to blackpill and say there's no hope, and to use the weak ones and say, take the easiest path. This is Pierre Poilievre, also an Agenda 2030 compliant politician that we have for you.
Okay, guys, Greg, would you like to get another voice in here? We said that we would get Ricardo in, so...
Is Ricardo here?
Yeah, he's here and he's requested, so...
I gotta...
Yeah. Ferryman responds to that. We'll bring Ricardo in the conversation.
Okay, I'm gonna invite him.
So first of all, I can't help it. The autist in me just can't let this go. The example of using the Roman military of, like, Civnat is just so strange to me, because, you said it led to the, in the end, it led to the fall. No, man, there's tons of examples at the height of the Roman Empire of how, letting foreign populations into your military or into your nation and giving them power was a terrible idea. And the best, most well-known example of this is the Battle of Teutoburg Forest, where Arminius, who was a member of the Roman military, took what he learned and then used it to slaughter 3 fucking legions. So, like, the idea that this is a terrible historical argument to make that you just proposed.
But wasn't Sulla was one of the greatest leaders, and he handed back power after he purged Rome from all the corruption. He was also a Spaniard, so you could make the argument, if you cherry pick the right example, that preserved the Roman Empire, and he was a Spanish citizen who had Roman citizenship and ended up leading Rome. So I don't know. You could do the tit for tat, but you're asking me to defend something I'm not even passionate about. Civnat is a proven medium to achieve political power at the moment, unfortunately.
I couldn't let that go. And also, again, Sulla, terrible example. So basically, a tyrant dictator who murdered half of the patrician class is somehow an example of a good Roman. Like, what a ridiculous argument to make. Although, if you're not passionate about it, I get it. It's a strange argument to make.
No, I am passionate about it, and he handed the power right back to Rome as soon as he took over, and then he
slaughtered half of the Roman aristocrats,
who were destroying Rome in the background, and he put up conscription lists. He also came back once, and the first time didn't do anything and let everyone go, and it was only the second time he came back that the conscription list actually led to deaths, and he spared Julius Caesar. And Julius Caesar ended up doing the same thing and never giving power back, which led to the fall of Rome. A Roman citizen.
Obliterate the memory of the greatest Roman that had existed up to that point, Gaius Marius. Like, what? It's such a strange argument. Anyways, it's not really important.
No, it's a cherry-picked example exactly the same as you're using that you could make in the opposite direction, which is why anecdotes are the least valuable form of evidence on this.
Okay, hold on. That's enough about Roman history for right now. Okay,
yeah, no.
Let's bring it back to Canada and this debate about. What's up?
I did want to address what he actually said in relation to Canada and us. So, for example, regarding the PPC and us being hard on them, I've already said, of course I'm going to call them out whenever I don't like things, because I want the party to move in my direction, and of course I'm going to use whatever political influence I have to try and shape the narrative in Canada and push politicians to do things. And you know what? There's perfect examples of us doing this to Max. And I think one happened tonight, and I'm not going to use it in this particular argument. But if you go look at, the GoFundMe that Max put out today, and then go look at, what Jeremy McKenzie put out earlier today, I think we've shown that actually we can influence the PPC, and we do influence the PPC. So yeah, we're a joke group, we're a meme group. Obviously, we're a collective of live streamers and stuff like that. But we've discovered that actually we do have the ability to throw political weight around, and we're going to. And you know what? Not only are we going to, we're going to start doing it in a much more organized way, and we are going to become a legitimate group. And so, this is coming. I don't have to say that much about it. but we are going to be a legitimate political entity in this country, and you can love us or you can hate us. We don't give a shit. We're here to advocate for Canadians, not for the state of Canada, for Canadians. That's what we're here to do. So,
that's all I've asked for like 3 years. So
well, that's what
I'm
we're
happy.
doing. And if we don't like what the PPC is doing, you're going to hear from us. And
absolutely, but I just don't like the LARP of pretending that you love us. Well, all you do is deride us. So yes, I prefer you start your own political party and deride us rather than saying you need us, we're on board. But meanwhile, we have things that should be worth in an audit of PPC. Ending immigration, a moratorium on immigration should be worth 5,000 points, and you'll give it 50. And a photo with a sliver of Hindus who are wearing "Please let us stay, we're Canadian" shirts should be minus 100 points, and you treat it as minus 100,000 points. That is volatile support that borders on saboteur-like support. So it's not, you can't ask to be the most valuable person and the most passionate hector of PPC. That's all I'm saying.
So this is, I guess, my final point here, which is, honestly, I know Jeremy has been completely against the PPC for some time. That's actually the point that Jeremy and I diverge on the most, or at least it was. I actually have been kind of like coming around to the PPC specifically because they introduce things like we want mass deportations, we want a moratorium on immigration. Like, these are things that did not exist in the party 2 years ago or even a year ago. You were anti-immigration, but you weren't calling for a moratorium. You weren't calling for mass deportations. These are new things that come, I think, in August. Isn't that whenever that was added to the platform? It was sometime in the summer anyways.
It was recently,
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, the landscape's changed drastically, and we're changing with it for sure. Okay. Absolutely.
All right, so that's good. And wait, I understand this, but the point I'm trying to make here is that we were calling for these things before. We were the ones trying to shift the Overton window on this before. 3 years ago, we were the ones clamoring for mass deportations. Lee Stewie, right, for those who are familiar with her, has been calling for the PPC to put a moratorium on immigration as part of their policy for more than 4 years, I'm pretty sure. So, you can ask her directly, but that was one of her biggest contentions with the PPC, and then you guys added it. So to say that, like, we can't influence the PPC, I think is nonsense. I think we are influencing the PPC, whether you want to admit it or not. And it's not just Diagolon, as I said earlier. It's nationalist, ethno-nationalist, this kind of fringe right sphere that is growing rapidly in this country and across the European world that caused this shift in the PPC. Maybe you can say that it was the shifting landscape that called it.
I guess, yeah, you want to take credit for that, but it honestly is. The world is in utter chaos, and PPC has been more right about that than any other populist party on earth. And if you want to say that's because you guys were saying it, that is a drastic overrepresentation. Like, you're the internet, man. It's not just Canada. There are candidates who had 100 followers who got 10% of the vote in Alberta, and there's Viva Fry who has a massive following and should be lights out hitting it out, but he lives in an area where no one's awake. So it's the importance of your pull on PPC. I'm not trying to denigrate it. It's big. Diagolon's a very good, big group. I find it tragic that I used to be able to hang out and say there's like 40% that like this and everyone's allowed to like what they like, and then edicts started falling saying get back to your bunkers, no one talk, you're not a friend of mine if you're a friend of theirs. And I'm like, okay, that's unfortunate, but I want you guys to start a political party. That's all. That's all I wanted.
I have to say, like, this is the one thing, and this is a fair criticism of Diagolon, which is that it's not it's not a a completely it's a collection of ideologies, mostly nationalistic minded, mostly what would be considered far right or ultra national stuff like that. Obviously, yes, but again, Jeremy and I actually disagreed on this approach, and I defended Max whenever there was the scandal about Florida and the house. Like, I don't see a problem with a boomer buying a fucking vacation property in Florida. Like, that's to me, this is what boomers do. So like, it's not a really valid criticism of the PPC in my mind. So like, I've said that Max has been good rhetorically on immigration. I liked that he was getting more aggressive. Like the fact that he would post a photo of an Indian taking a dump by a river and just be like, this is the state of Canada now. Like, that's a good change. And then it's not so much like, this is the problem that always happens. When you issue a criticism of the PPC, all of you come out and say, fuck you, we don't want your support. That's a huge problem. You guys keep pushing away, your best bait. And you can say that, well, you guys are overly critical, and maybe
I think
we
that's
are.
a caricature. I think I ignore 99% of you shitting on PPC. And then when I see one egregious example of an innocent photo of Michael Bader being Michael Bader and Max backing him up, the same way he'd back up the opposite end of the spectrum of someone saying Islam's evil in Nova Scotia, it's just Max backing someone up, and it was treated like the end times. So that's why I spoke up.
Let me interject here. Let me interject here, because to be fair, I think both of you are kind of mischaracterizing the other group a little much. And the fact is, we're on Twitter. It's toxic. It is an echo chamber. And a lot of Diagolon people say, everyone agrees with me. And a lot of PPC people says, everyone agrees with me. And, the other side is so bad. In reality, it's a bunch of anon accounts or just like little accounts making little nitpick arguments. So let's not kind of get lost in the weeds there.
But this is something that Trans said explicitly, and it's something that was reiterated over and over in the wake of this, which was, well, you guys are racist and we don't want your support. And so that was the moment for me when I started seeing that come out of PPC candidates, by the way, not just random accounts, but actual PPC candidates saying, you guys are racist, we don't want your support. Well, that's the line for me then, isn't it? You've basically said you don't want my support, so why would I give you my support? And why would I have never once advocated for people to not vote PPC. I've changed my mind about voting for them or not voting for them, or whether or not I would waste my time voting for them, because really it's just a moral support thing. It's basically a protest vote and saying, like, I agree kind of sort of with them at this point. So, I was at the point where I was probably going to do that just because, like, why not? And then you say you don't want my support. Well, if that's how it is, if you don't want racist support, if you think that we're too extreme, if you don't want us to vote for you, then we won't. And I'll tell my entire following not to vote for you. And then don't get butthurt.
You've been doing that essentially from the outset of this photo with Hindus. It's over. PPC, put a fork in it. It's done.
Okay, guys.
And that was such a non-issue to do that over.
Let's get to Dr. Ricardo.
Yeah, I want to get back into like political strategy later on and like the best path forward for people who think like us, who want to reverse the radical demographic change, stop mass immigration, and start deportations. But I want to go back to the question of what is a Canadian. We have Dr. Ricardo Duchesne here in the space. He's a Puerto Rican-born Canadian historical socialist, was a professor at University of New Brunswick, St. John's campus. And I'm sure you're, Mr. Ricardo, you're going to have some, I would love to hear how you would answer that question. What is a Canadian? And then also maybe on this project of wanting to start deportations in Canada, and where do you think Canada is going to find the strength to stand up for itself, sir? Thanks for joining the space, by the way.
Okay, hi everyone. So the way I would answer that question as to what is a Canadian is that I would make a distinction between civic nationalism and cultural nationalism. Right now, I mean, whether you're a proof of it or not, the reality is that in Canada, as expressed through the legal system, through every institution, every school, a person who comes from another country or another nation who gets citizenship becomes a Canadian. So you may say that person is not a Canadian because they're Chinese or because they're Indian, but in reality, as a matter of politics, as a matter of the institutional reality in Canada, the law and everything, they are a Canadian. Another thing is that you have to make a distinction. Like I see here, people continuously debating between civic and ethnic nationalism, I guess. But so what is the distinction between the Liberal Party's conception of what constitutes a Canadian and the PPC conception? In my view, the PPC has a civic conception of nationalism, but that's not the case with the Liberal Party. As Justin Trudeau has very early on when he got elected, he said that Canada is a post-nation. So in other words, he was sort of saying that you don't really have to endorse the liberal traditions of Canada, meaning you don't have to think of yourself as a person with a Western identity. You can bring your own culture, your own customs, because Canada is open to the world. It's a multicultural nation. So there is a sense in which he's not even a civic nationalist. Whereas the PPC is trying to go back to an earlier version, which you might say Pierre Trudeau adhered to, which is that to be a Canadian, you have to adhere or assimilate to liberal values. And that means what the definition of civic nationalism is, which is that you believe in separation of church and state, you believe in freedom of speech, you believe that Canada is a Western nation, you believe that men and women have the same rights and that everyone has equal rights. And that's instituted in Canada. So you may say, okay, well, that Chinese that I see in Vancouver, the millions of them that I see in Vancouver are not Canadian because they don't have the race that I think is a precondition to be a Canadian. Well, fine, you can say that if you follow a racial or ethnic definition of nationalism, but right now in Canada, through every institution, you could either be a post-nationalist or you could be a civic nationalist, which is what the PPC says. And in a way, this definition of civic nationalism is well instituted throughout Canada in the legal system and everywhere. Then I would add that if you want to counter this perspective, one shouldn't jump towards a racial or ethnic conception of nationalism, but one should embrace a cultural conception of nationalism. So to me, it is important to make a distinction between civic and cultural nationalism before you jump into a racial conception of nationalism. So if you do a little bit of research, you just add AI, artificial intelligence, or CROC, what is the difference between civic and cultural nationalism? Actually, they're going to give you a good answer for that. So if people want to debate that, we can address that question.
And what do you think the difference is between civic nationalism and cultural nationalism?
Well, if you go to the CROC definition, which I think is pretty good, it says that civic nationalism refers to a liberal or political conception of nationalism, and that it contrasts with a cultural nationalist conception, because the civic nationalism doesn't believe that you have to have shared cultural traits. That's why the civic nationalism, in a way, made it possible for multiculturalism to emerge, because you don't have to have a shared culture with civic nationalism. You don't have to have a shared ethnicity or a mother language that is common or a religion that is common, which is what civic nationalism is. Cultural nationalism is what it emphasizes is that you have to have a very strong emphasis on language. So in the case of Canada, it would be that English and French will be enforced in a very rigorous way. Cultural nationalism also means that Canada is a Christian nation, so you're going to emphasize religion, and Christianity is not just one religion that you choose or allow individuals to choose. You may do it in your private home if you want, because cultural nationalism still allows for liberalism, but it still emphasizes that the nation of Canada throughout history has been a Christian nation, and that has to be emphasized in the institutions. And also it emphasizes that Canada was founded by the French and the English peoples and then European people. So ethnicity is a component of cultural nationalism.
Wait,
as well.
Hold on, Doctor. There wasn't any Sikhs or Hindus that were there?
What do you mean there were no Sikhs or Hindus? Where?
In the founding of Canada?
No, there were
okay.
No. Canada was founded by,
just checking. Just checking.
Yes. I mean, cultural nationalism, it emphasizes culture in a very deep way. It says that the Canadian people, the people who founded Canada, and created the nation have a very strong cultural identity that goes back centuries. And it has to do with their religion, their Christianity. It has to do with ethnicity. So you're not afraid to say that the English and the French founded Canada, and then Europeans from that is people from other European nations came in and play a role. And it can include other ethnic groups. It doesn't say other ethnic groups are excluded. It just simply creates an atmosphere in which immigrants have to recognize that Canada has that Christian identity, and also it creates an atmosphere in which politicians and people can claim that, as Mackenzie King and other prime ministers in the past argue, they were all cultural nationalists. They said that Canada would lose its identity if it opened its borders to Asian immigration, for example. So there's a sense in which if you're a cultural nationalist, you say, I don't want my culture to be lost. And I believe it would be lost if you allow millions of Indians and millions of Africans. So it's not that you're saying that Canada is white per se, because in a sense, that's a problem with white nationalism. And I'm not saying that everything that white nationalists say is wrong, but the problem with just saying white is that you're anchoring the identity of Canada on a biological criteria. And if you say that all there is to Canada is simply race, then you're saying, well, Canada is really no difference from Germany or Spain and so on, because they're all white. Whereas if you say that Canada's identity is cultural, then you mention those factors that make Canada a different culture from Germany or from England. That doesn't mean you don't recognize the reality of race. It just means you don't make that the foundation of what it means to be Canadian. So in my view, if one wants to say what is a Canadian, I would say you have to prioritize culture above all else. And that can include a civic dimension, because Canada is also, throughout history, has been a liberal nation from the very beginning. So the cultural component doesn't exclude the civic component. It acknowledges the liberal institutions, it acknowledges individual rights, and it acknowledges separation of church and state. But at the same time, it recognizes that Christianity has played a very important role in the way institutions were created, in the symbols that Canada has, and you're not going to let go of those things because they matter a lot to the identity of the people.
Could you, I wanted to ask you about like the difference between cultural nationalism and ethnic nationalism, if there is any overlap, and why you think there might be problems. Like, do you think there's problems with ethno-nationalism or white nationalism? Why or why not? And if you could bring up examples from, from history or other parts of Europe in terms of, different cultural nationalism versus ethno-nationalism movements, that would be great as well.
Well, I know that in the dissident right or the far right, white nationalism plays a big role. And one of the reasons is that, particularly in the United States, race realism took off and almost became the ideology around which dissidents would sort of organize themselves. And I have no problems with race realism as a theory. I think it is correct in many respects. It has been scientifically proven, but I don't believe that a people can be founded or can find an identity about who they are and what they are by saying simply, oh, well, I have this biological reality, or these are my genes. These are things that scientists talk about, and you read very technical articles about races and the differences between them, but that doesn't give people an identity. In a way, that one of the reasons that Anglos in particular have gravitated towards racial nationalism is because they have lost their cultural identity. They don't really know who they are. So they're trying to find something to give them an anchor, to give them somewhere to go, so they gravitate and they say, well, we're different from blacks, and then they point to the blacks and how they have lower IQs and that kind of thing. But that is not going to make a movement. It's not going to give people a sense of meaning. You have to go to the culture, to their customs, to their traditions, to their communities, to their songs, to their rituals, for them to know who they are. So in the case of Canada, in my view, Canadians have to rediscover who they are culturally, and that has been really weakened after many decades. It's not just decades of left-wing propaganda and takeover of institutions. It's modernization in and of itself, and it's not just communism. It's also a market economy, capitalism, being allowed to dictate the nature of a nation. Capitalists on their own, they don't care about nationalities. They are for markets. They want globalization. They want open borders. They want people from all walks of life to move in and out of Canada. They want people to be ruthless. They don't want consumers who know who they are and maybe attached to a particular store or small business. No, they want Costco, those big retailers that don't have identity. I mean, if you go to Costco or Walmart and you look at the customers, a lot of the immigrants go to those stores because they don't have identities, those stores. They don't go to the smaller stores. So you have to be aware of that as well and not be naive. The business world has been strongly behind the opening of borders, has been behind mass immigration as well. It's not communist
Business
per se.
world.
It's not socialist per se. In fact, socialists many times are more nationalistic, or they used to be more nationalistic. So what I'm saying is that capitalism, modernization, as well as the left, the business right and the left are in this together. If you look at any bank in Canada, all the banks in Canada are for open borders. So these two forces combined have eroded the culture of Canada. And if Canadians want to regain that sense of identity, they're going to have to think really deep as to who they are as a cultural people. Simply to say, oh, I'm white, and that finally gives me my identity, that's not going to take you too far. I mean, if you want to say I'm white and I want to understand why it is that blacks don't achieve as much, I don't think it is systemic racism. I think it's because they may not have the same IQ as whites. Fine, you can say that, and I'm not saying that's incorrect. But it's not going to be sufficient for a person from Norway, for an Irish. I mean, the Irish people right now are facing a mass immigration in a very fast way. And the Irish people are going to have to start asking themselves, well, what does it mean to be Irish? And for them to say, oh, it means the ones who are white. No, it has to be deeper than that. They have to go back into their history and they have to embrace it. So that's what I would say.
Awesome. I really like what you brought up in terms of like the biological aspect almost being too shallow. And I was just thinking of the example of like, I'm a man simply because I have a penis, and that's it. Nothing to do with what a man should do in society just because I biologically have this appendage. When I think most would agree that being a man is a lot more than just having that. And I'm not going to the whole gender place with this, but I think there's a lot of truth in that.
But the problem, Greg, is that so if you say that what's more important about being a man is what you do and your actions and how you behave, then you're basically saying that that's what makes a man. So you cannot.
No, but I'm not separate. The difference is though, I'm not separating the two. I'm not saying that it's just being a penis. I'm not. I'm saying that they work together is the point.
But this is an important distinction then. So it's not just cultural and it's not just biological. It's both. Sure. And that's part of the point that's been lost with Canadians is that we've completely abandoned this concept of ethnic identity for a cultural values one, and this has led to us not really understanding who we are. So I agree with Dr. Ricardo, like that we need to get back to our roots, that we need to understand who we are, but we don't do that by saying we're everyone and everything and anyone can be us. And like this is how we got in this situation to where nobody knows what a Canadian is, because there is no definitive answer to that question unless you include the ethnic aspect to it.
Do you think that there is fundamentally an ethnic aspect to cultural nationalism in Canada, Dr. Ricardo?
Yes, cultural nationalism acknowledges the importance of ethnicity. You can see this more clearly if you look at European nations. Among Europeans, the concept of white nationalism hasn't really taken off for that reason, because Europeans have always been very aware that the Germans are different from the French from the English, and so on. And they had bitter wars for centuries. They were in constant conflict. So Italians understand themselves as Italians, not as whites. So that's ethnicity. But you can see already the moment you say Italian ethnicity, you're automatically bringing culture into the equation. It's not just race, you're bringing culture right away into the equation. You can't separate them. So for an Italian to say, I'm Italian, they mean by that, yes, ethnicity, but also I speak an Italian language. I have a particular history. I'm in a particular location of Europe. There are ways of speaking, mannerisms and customs and foods that we have here. So when I look at these Africans moving into Italy and Muslims, and one of the things that I ask myself, are they going to lose their cooking that is unique to them? That's really important, because once the people lose that, they start losing their identity. It's very important. Even you may think it's simple, of course, but people eat every day, all day, and what are their foods that define them is very important to them. And this is something that you grow up with. It goes back to your childhood. And now, in the case of Canada and North America, these things are weaker for various reasons. But you can still find foods that are distinctive, really Canadian. But fast food companies, big retailers, they want to obliterate that, and they want to take over and homogenize everyone. This again goes back to the point I make, that don't be naive. Businesses are not interested in any form of nationalism. An identity can only be sustained by a cohesive state that's powerful and that is in charge of it, and then gives people guidance and mandates things from them. So if you have a state that's weak, then the businesses are in control of that state. You look at many of the liberal politicians, Justin Trudeau and Macron, in England, those politicians are incredibly weak. I mean, they're responding or acting at the behest of donors, powerful corporations, and they do what they are told to do and what is expected of them. In the case of Trump, there is a difference because he's a strong politician. That's why they call him authoritarian. And that's why there is such a vehement opposition to him by all these globalists, because he is a strong guy. He wants politics to be in charge, not just the business world, even though he's a businessman. And he's not anti-capitalist, and I'm not anti-capitalist myself, but you have to have a type of capitalism that coexists with a strong state, as you have in Japan, as you have in China, actually, or in Russia. So I would say that, to your question, that you have to have a strong state that is in charge of the culture of the people. Like in China, for example, whatever criticisms you may have about the Chinese Communist Party, you can call it communist, is very nationalistic. They don't want to let go of their Chinese identity. They don't want to embrace all kinds of values from all over the world. At the same time, they want to modernize. So that means they have to give in some things. They cannot remain a small, traditional, small town culture. They understand they have to embrace modernity, technology, and all that comes with it. But the state is in charge of the cultural identity of the Chinese. In the case of the West, that's not the case. The politicians are very weak, and that's due to liberalism. And so for me, ethnicity comes with culture. So that's what I would say, and it needs a strong state.
Yeah, and just to bring that up to speed with Canada, like the culture that's sort of enforced, well, by first of all by Trudeau was a post-national one, which is what the hell does that mean? We're basically just some bus stop that any old person can come into, and then I really feel like the cultural character, if you can even call it that, of the Conservative Party of Canada is to be a consumer, and just a worker, and that's it. Like there's really nothing deeper to the Conservative Party of Canada's kind of ideation of what makes a Canadian citizen other than that. But speaking of Canada and in the situation we're in, I started off this space, Dr. Ricardo, kind of addressing that. We have some disagreements here, but I think we all can agree that the radical demographic change happening in this country is destroying it at its very fabric. And we're curious of how to turn that, or how to best turn that around, because there were some people criticizing some tweets by Maxime Bernier not being strong enough or pandering too much to Hindus. But you can address that specific tweet if you've seen it. But broadly, what do you think it's going to take for Canada and Canadians to turn the ship around, to correct course? Because as I'm sure you're aware, we're up against a lot here. But if you have any sort of suggestions or ideas of what needs to happen here, what I would love to hear your thoughts. How do we fix Canada, Doctor?
I'm an older guy. I'm not young, and like Ferryman and other guys here, they have a lot of energy, and I appreciate that. And so I have an element, you might say, of that things are not going to be easy. That one of the things that really, when I became aware of what was happening, of the issue of immigration around 2010, and at that time I thought, okay, so people don't know what's going on. They don't understand that immigration is going to transform Canada in a radical way, and it's going to destroy it. They don't understand that in our universities, in our school, they're actually teaching students to deny their ancestors, to look bad at their own history, to praise other people. And it's a matter of just spreading the message, making the argument, and so on. And I really thought that conservatives, if would come around, would just see that this is just insane to open your borders. At that time, the number of immigrants coming into Canada was 225, 250, 270,000. And I saw that was really high. Then it started increasing with Harper. It was going into 280, 290, and he was proud of it and bragging about it, how conservatives are so open to immigration and so on. Then Justin comes in, and as you know, he really intensifies it. And it went 2 times, 3 times. Some people say 1.3 million have come in. Sometimes I can't even believe that happened. And what really just takes me aback is that no conservative really in a strong way stood against it. I mean, you have people like Conrad Black, who supposedly is a populist. He likes Trump. He said nothing about it. Jordan Peterson said nothing about it. I mean, just a simple thing like, what the hell are we doing? How could we possibly bring 400,000, 500,000? Not a word about it, not a word by the journalists, not a word by the newspapers. So it just really dawned on me that this is pervasive, it's everywhere. Yes, of course, there are people out there that don't have power and they're not happy, but that's the reality. They don't have power. We need people with financial resources and with power to side with us, to just finally say something is wrong. We got to do something about this. And so far, they are not coming, they're not saying this. So I'm sorry, but that does make me pessimistic. I wish they would do that. I don't think that the PPC, like Bernier has really worked hard to do everything he can. He's continuously going from one place to another in Canada. And yet, what is the proportion of the population? Last time, was it 5% that he got in the electoral, the popular vote? If I recall,
Yeah,
it was
I think
better
around
than,
that in 2021. Yeah.
right, and so it was better than before. But now, because people hate Justin so much, he may not get 5%, because people will vote for the conservatives. So that's the reality we're dealing with, and we have to be realistic. Is a reality in which our side is not strong, and ultimately, you do need, in a democracy, you need a mass movement, but you also need a breakaway in the lead, a rupture among those who have power and resources. So we need like kind of rupture so that uh, people with resources say, okay, I agree with the PPC. We gotta really endorse them. Um, and for some, of course, the PPC is not enough. I was just hearing a bit about the debate here. Some people think that he should not have spoken to those Indians. What were they? They were Indians, right? That he went to talk to them. Um, so that's where I am. I don't know. What do other people have to say?
Yeah.
Greg,
Sorry. Go ahead.
Greg, I know at some point I'd like to get Liz to speak. I did tag her in this space, so if we can
Yeah,
move along to
sure.
Liz.
Let's we can get Liz to hop on in a second here. I thought I would kind of bring the conversation back towards something more practical in terms of political strategy, in terms of turning the ship around. We brought up the fact that mass deportations is something that is presented now in the PPC immigration policies. And Ferryman kind of painted a picture of like, this is going to be families crying as they're dragged off and shipped off back to where they came from. And right now, we're being afraid of being called racist. Like there needs to be a much, much more bravery and strength, I think, from people who think like us or the PPC to realize that this is going to be a long, hard road of people constantly vilifying us and hating us and blah, blah, blah to try and make this turnaround happen. So to try and segue into that, maybe, Ricardo, I'd like to ask you about kind of patriotism. Where does patriotism come from, or where do you think the strength comes from in identity and how it translates into political action? I'd be curious to know if you have sort of anything, any thoughts on that, because you were kind of alluding when you're talking about cultural nationalism. You were alluding to the spiritual a little bit. You were alluding to sort of like the faith in Christianity being fundamental to Canadian culture. And I guess, do you have any thoughts on that in terms of how cultural nationalism can be used and weaponized into political action to make stronger patriots who are going to be brave to really fight to turn this country around?
Well, I will say that Christianity is important. You have to appeal to Christians. I'm not a practicing Christian, but I understand that Christianity has played a big role in Western history, and I respect that role. And I also know that there are many Christians who happen to be conservative. They don't like all this child grooming and transsexual nonsense, and they understand male-female distinctions. And so I think they're a group that one has to appeal to, and one way to appeal to them is to let them know that yes, fine, Canada has separation of church and state, and yes, you have individual choice of religion, but Christianity shaped Canada's history and identity, and that has to be recognized and bring them in that way. So that's what I would say, but let other people speak, because I don't want to just be the only one talking.
Well, we appreciate you hop on here, Dr. Ricardo. Ferryman, looks like you have something to say, and then we'll kind of go around. I'd like to hear from Liz and Trans as well. Go ahead.
I was just going to ask if we could get Fortisax up here, but
I did. I got him up here. He's been DMing me, so he's up, and he can speak after Liz if that's cool.
Liz, did you want to chime in on this conversation?
Sure, I'll jump in for a few minutes. I've been listening back and forth to your conversation, and although I spend a majority of my time focusing primarily on American politics, because personally that's how I view things strategically, because if America's lights aren't on, we're fucked. Everyone should know that. So with saying that, it's very interesting when you view things through the lens of American politics and you watch its ripple effect come into Canada and, to be honest with you, ricochet across the world. Because what's going to happen, in my opinion, is that the upcoming administration of President Trump is going to set a precedent for the greatness that will follow after he implements all of the policies he has openly stated he's going to do. And what you're going to see
which policies?
Well, number one, he's going to completely eliminate the sexualization and mutilation of children
Ferryman's on her.
with the ability to retroactively sue the butchers and doctors that did this to the children that are now sterilized or mutilated. So that's number one. Number two, he just appointed RFK, who's going to do a thorough investigation into the vaccine industry. And if you haven't read the book, The Real Dr. Anthony Fauci, I suggest that you do, because that will tell you exactly what his priorities are going to be. And again, you're going to see people, I don't know how to say this but politely, but you're going to see an uprising in America when people actually find out what the pharmaceutical industrial complex has been doing, not to just Americans, but to Canadians and everyone around the world. So the pressure will be applied to the politicians that are currently in denial of what has happened over the past 5 years with the COVID scam, because we know it was a scam.
Mm-hmm.
And I say that because, if you haven't figured that out by now, I mean, grab yourself a Darwin Award. So
yeah, sorry to cut you off, Liz. We are very much agree. We're very well aware of the COVID stuff and the trans stuff. Could you speak to some of Trump's policies when it comes to immigration and stuff?
Exactly. So he made it very clear. If you have not listened to the videos of the new upcoming Secretary Horman, who has said on 60 Minutes, yes, we will be deporting people, and we will deporting entire families together. And that's what happens when you break the law, because we've had this open borders policy, and it's actually called the Soros-Cloward-Piven strategy, and it's meant to collapse your country from within as it overwhelms the system. And at this point, if you haven't read the UN Sustainable Agenda, which specifically names this, they don't hide it. This is happening to America. It's happening to Canada, right?
But you're ignoring, the switch part of the bait and switch with Trump's policy, because he very explicitly said that yes, we're going to have the biggest mass deportations initiative that's ever been done, but we're also going to bring in more people that have ever been brought in, but we're going to do it legally. We're going to do it legally.
So no, he didn't say he's going to bring in more people when they actively have 10 million illegal.
He said he's going to bring in more immigrants that have ever come into America.
So what you're saying is that Trump said he's going to deport over 10 million illegals and he's going to bring in more than 10 million people legally.
That's exactly
that defies common sense, because at the end of the day, what he's promoting is legal immigration.
Yes, I'm saying that's
and so I don't think
all the time in the Canadian context. Actually, I should have brought this up earlier with the PPC's platform. Part of the problem with this is that there's a lot of focus on illegals, and I'll give it credit. The moratorium is a good thing. But again, illegals make up a tiny percentage of the problem with immigration, especially in the Canadian context, less so than the American one. But even in the American context, the illegals are a problem, yes. But in any European country, illegals are like 5% max of the immigration.
Okay, so maybe you're missing the point here, because again, what I said earlier is what you're seeing is the Cloward-Piven strategy. This means open borders. We're talking about NGOs that make millions of dollars, that are working hand in hand with former Mayorkas, that are actively pursuing and taking money from human trafficking rings. This is unbelievable.
So Liz,
with saying that, the criminals and all of the prisons that have been emptied from all around the world that have somehow made their way through the Darien Gap and processed in the open borders that all have EBT cards of $10,000 and maps of where they need to go and free flights. It's really incredible.
Liz,
the problem is that you have to stop this.
Liz, did you want to comment at all on Canadian politics, because we don't have
basically what right so basically what I see in America is different in a sense, because what Trump did was
I said Canada. I was talking about Canada.
I know. So my point, I'm getting there. So my point is that what Trump effectively did was he was able to take the foundation of the Republican Party and build it in a populist way that, while he's taken this on over the past few years to rise to the top as he has, they've been able to expel the infiltrators of their party. The problem in Canada is that we have a system where we have two top leading political parties that simply just pass the baton from one to the other. And unfortunately, it's an unfair system. I don't agree with the system that we have. I think that it is basically run by our regime media, because it's almost embarrassing, actually, to see our media act the way they do, so fawningly towards both
of course
leading political candidates. It's a joke.
All right.
And again, I could go on and on. The Canadian politics, it's completely captured and corrupted. Unfortunately, we have the PPC party that's willing to completely decouple from every globalist organization, which is an absolute necessity if you want Canada to survive,
Absolutely.
that's a shoo-in, but unfortunately with the Conservative Party, it's so deeply corrupted and infested with liberals acting as conservatives that we have to have the same approach that America did and just completely expel these people from their positions, because the country is completely collapsing. It's a fucking dumpster fire. I'd hate to be so negative, but again, the problem is people are going to have to learn the hard way. Canada is a bit behind the books, in comparison to America. That's why
is she just
my primary focus
She's just trying to waste
America,
our time right now? What's
because
going on
that is who is going to set the precedent that will force Canadian politicians to start doing the right fucking thing, because 99% of them are not. And again, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing.
Very much well said. Thank you so much for coming on the space, Liz.
I really want to address something she said there, because she said somehow these immigrants are finding their way through the Darien Gap, and we know exactly how they're doing it. And it's funny to me that she actually named the man who's partially responsible for it, and then completely glossed over that the organization which is facilitating the mass invasion of the southern U.S. border is the Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society. They are the ones that are operating the facilities that run from all through Central America, and Alejandro Mayorkas sits on that board. The man in charge of defending the border of the United States, at least until Trump's administration takes over, sits on the board of the organization that is facilitating the invasion of the U.S. border. And nobody will bring this up for one specific reason. This is the only, I mean,
that's crazy. Sorry, I'm going to jump in here. I have talked about that before because Laura Loomer did an extensive report on it, which I reposted many times. So no, that's not true.
Okay, but why did you gloss over it then and say somehow?
Because I can only say so much in such little time. You know, I'm not going to get into the intricacies. I actually don't care. You know, I've made my points very clearly. You guys should know exactly where I stand. I look strictly at policy and the actions of the people, and the amount that they want to hide. You know, I look at financials and where their money comes from. That's the only way I look at it.
The reason I think this is important, and it's something that shouldn't be glossed over, is because Trump's cabinet is littered with Israeli first, Christian Zionists, Jews, this type of stuff, people who are very partial to Israel, people who have called for war with Iran multiple times. And it's fascinating to me that, the other aspect of this is that Israel itself as a state is largely responsible for the invasion that Europe and other countries are facing. HIAS is directly funded by the Israeli government. Israel Aid is directly funded by the Israeli government. Paideia is directly funded by the Israeli government. And so you've got Trump in bed with all these Zionists and, Israeli sympathizers talking about defending the border while Israel is actively funding the invasion. So to ignore this and just gloss over the fact that, Jews, Israelis play a large role in demographic replacement is, it's basically, I understand why people avoid it, but it's time we stop avoiding it. The reality is that Israel has played a massive role in demographic replacement, and that's true of Canada as well. The Israeli lobby in Canada, which is the Center for Israeli Jewish Affairs, lobbies for immigration constantly and then cries whenever Muslims that they advocated for coming into the country don't, love Jews enough. So this is a huge problem, and it's something that everybody likes to skirt around because nobody wants to be called an anti-Semite. But, it's a major factor that has to be addressed in this equation, which is these Israeli lobbies, these Zionists, these, powerful Jews are actively subverting our society, and it's time we normalize this discussion.
Did you want to comment on that?
I agree for one sec. I'd love a chance to agree with Ferryman here. Sorry, Doctor,
yes,
you've been brilliant on everything you've said tonight. But I do agree, Ferry. I think that I don't think that it's Trump in bed with them, though. I think he's at the mercy of them. I think that the benefit of PPC is that it's a political.
He took $100 million from Miriam Adelson. So to say that he's not aware, I don't want to go down this rabbit hole, but honestly, trans in all, I mean this genuinely. If you really want to dive into this topic of Trump and Jewish influence, go watch Devin Stack, Blackpilled, who Jeremy is having a stream with tonight. On last Saturday, he did a stream called the Insomnia Stream, Trump and the Jews edition. And Trump's relationships with these people goes back to basically when he was a kid. It goes back to his father. So to say that he's being hoodwinked or that he's being pressured or that he's I don't
think he's being hoodwinked, but you also have to have parsimony with your theory. It can't be if he's one of them, then why are them lawfaring him, attemptedly assassinating him? There are factions involved with this, and it's not as simple as
Sorry, I muted. Sorry, I muted everybody. We're not going to get into this whole thing with Trump. We're not going to get we're doing a slight detour here. That's fine. But Liz, you hopped on. I appreciate it. If you wanted to quickly address some of Ferryman's statements about how do you explain Trump being in bed with a lot of Zionists and also Zionists funding a lot of these organizations that facilitate the immigration or massive amounts of illegals or coming into America. After that, we're going to go back to Canadian politics. Thank you.
Yeah, I think there's a much larger picture here, and I think that you're kind of walking into a really shitty trap when you start talking about the whole Israeli
Aren't you
versus
Jewish?
Palestinian.
You're
No,
Jewish, aren't you?
no. So basically, yeah, I need to clear that up. So my
Let her
mom had
finish.
cancer. My mom had cancer 15 years ago, and I had to send her to a genetic counselor. And they came back and they're like, oh, it appears there's some type of Jewish blood, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, no, mom, just ignore it. And the joke was, you are Jewish. But no. I've never been to a synagogue. My grandparents were in World War II. My grandfather, Catholic. And
Okay, so what are your thoughts
but anyways,
on Trump being next to Zionists and Zionists also
well,
funding
I think
some of
it's
these?
just, well, I think that you're kind of talking about, you know, you're getting into like campaign finances and the money that comes in, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, the
There's
nitty
different
gritty
factions
important
of the whole,
details. No, it's the nitty gritty important details. Yeah.
Okay, I think we
right?
do. Well, I think we need to segue and get off. This is going.
I
in
disagree.
totally
Yeah,
different
but
I
directions,
anyways, like
I'd like to
anyways,
just put
I
it in-
think I agree with Rachel, because we're kind of like getting into like the whole, there's we can go on about the Muslims that support him. We can go on about, there's so
yeah,
many
let's
different things,
deflect,
you know what I
let's
mean? Like there's
deflect.
so many different angles that you can look at that. And you're going to end up talking in what I call a revolving door. It's like nobody's
All
going to
right.
win.
Okay. Thank you
So
so
we're
much.
saying that.
That's
I'll just end
I
it by
guess that's
saying,
it then.
because I
Thank you
have
for
to
your
exit out,
response. Thank you for your response to that,
Thank you,
Liz.
Liz.
Yeah,
We are gonna
no,
get-
I appreciate it, but I have to exit out soon. So what I'll
Great.
leave this by saying in regards to Canadian politics, I'm actually thrilled to see that hopefully there will be some accountability with the COVID crimes that we
Right.
all
We're
went
not here to
through,
talk
which
about
is-
COVID. I'm so sorry. Thank you for
Oh,
coming
okay,
on.
so you don't want to talk about that? Okay,
we're
fine.
well
So-
aware of the COVID stuff. Thank you. We want to
yeah.
keep
So
the space
anyways, I'll
focused.
just
Thank
leave
you
it
so
by
much for coming on.
saying that's all that I had to say, is that's what I'm looking forward to, and that's it.
Great. Thank you.
That's my
Thank you.
focus.
Thank you, Liz. Okay, so let's get back to actual solutions in Canada for reversing the radical demographic change. That's what I would want to talk about. Actually, Ricardo, while you're here, maybe it'd actually be interesting to. I thought of a question while Israel came up. Is there anything unique or noteworthy when it comes to the cultural nationalism of Israel? Because there's also, let's be real, there's a lot of Jewish people or Israeli people in America and Canada who are very passionate about the needs and wants of the nation of Israel, even though they're in Canada and they're Canadian, presumably, but they also like prioritize a foreign nation more than their own. Are you aware of this sort of phenomena?
Sorry, Greg, I really don't mean to do it, but like I find it very strange because in the time that I asked Liz if she was Jewish, I've been sent 5 different instances of her claiming to be Jewish in tweets. So this is just a really strange thing to me that she would say that multiple times and then deny it when she's called out in the context of Israeli influence.
Hey, if she's on your
fucking
radar,
weird,
clip it. Do what you will. This space is not supposed to be a grilling Liz Churchill fest. It was maybe for a minute there, but let's move on with the actual topic of this space. Dr. Ricardo, did you have any thoughts on the cultural nationalism of Israel and how it relates maybe to what we were just talking about?
Well, yes, Israel is a national state. And Jews throughout the world are really supportive of Israel, although there are some Jews that are on the left and they don't agree with a lot of the things that the Israel government does. So you do have quite a few strong critics of what's going on in Israel, but by and large, they tend to be very nationalistic, ethnocentric, and all of that. I mean, I am fully aware of the Jewish question. I have read Kevin McDonald's work. I
Never
met
heard of
him
it.
many times.
Jewish
We exchanged
question. What?
emails. I wrote a lot for his journal. at the same time, I'm not um, a, a, a guy who says it is the Jews to everything that everybody says. I mean, you can find this in
I don't even know what you're
X.
talking about. Jewish question? Never even heard of that. Maybe a more direct question would be, you know, are Jewish people a religion or an ethnicity or you know, from
It's funny you phrase the question like that, Greg, because I wanted to go through some of the things that Trump did specifically for Jews in his first presidency and the things that he's promised that he will do for them in this term. And one of those things that he did in his first presidency was sign an executive order which defines Jewish people as a race. And the reason he did this was because it gives them explicit access to certain civil rights and certain litigations.
Who's them?
So by definition in the United States, yes, they are a race. And Trump did that to give them more power.
Wow. Thoughts, Dr. Ricardo?
Yes, I mean, Jews are very powerful in the United States. At the same time, Americans, the culture of Americans is very Judaized. It's not that Jews are simply pulling strings, it's that Americans have a deep attachment to Jews. Christians, many of them are really pro-Israeli, and it's not as if they're being forced to be. They just really believe in it. And there is no way in the United States that you're going anywhere if you are anti-Israel. You're just not going to go anywhere. So I wouldn't.
Thank you for the $2, Frosty B. Rocks.
I wouldn't go against
Screw
Trump and
Israel,
say, okay,
free Palestine.
Trump is not good, nothing happened, or it didn't matter whether Kamala or him was elected.
I'm sorry, I
it's
missed
all
a
the
super
same
chat earlier
because,
too.
oh, he's really pro-Jewish, and then leave it at that, because that's a defeatist attitude. You know, I asked, so how many tank divisions do you have? How much power do you have? Or people who make these kinds of criticism, many of them don't even use their names. They're anonymous. They're online. They're isolated. So you have to be realistic that the election of Trump was a big win for our side. The left is going crazy in the United States. They do believe he's fascist for a reason, because there are many aspects about his policies that are closer to us. So I look at this in a long-term geopolitical way as well. It's not, when people say about Canada, I also look at what's going on with Ukraine, Russia. I think it would be a real blow to the liberal progressive order if Russia wins the war in Ukraine. Whereas if Ukraine wins, it's going to be a big blow for us. That means the liberal order is expanding. It's gaining influence and confidence. This war meant everything to them. I have never seen a situation since the Second World War when you have European nations, even Canada. Canada has always taken a pacifist stand, and now and then it gives a bit of support to this or that war, but not the way they went in support for the Ukraine. And this is the same with Estonia. This is the same with the Baltic states. They all went in. Why? Because they believe this is a huge geopolitical issue to the world liberal order. So a defeat for them, to me, is a big win for us. Now, I know there's some guys, white nationalists, that are for Ukraine, and I'm not going to get into that debate. I will just say what I think, why I think it is a big geopolitical issue for our side. So in the case of Trump, he's going to be pro-Iran, really Zionist, pro-Israel, but he's going to be not so against Russia and not so for Ukraine. So that is a bit of a win for our side, the way I see it. And there are many other things that he's going to do that are a win for our side. So that's what I would argue.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ricardo. All right,
and I got to go.
Yep.
Yes.
Thank you so much
Yeah,
for helping on.
soon.
We appreciate it. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
So
All right,
let's.
thanks, Guy. It was good talking to all of you.
Yes,
Thank you, Doctor.
we appreciate your insights. So let's refocus this conversation kind of back to where we started. It all started because Maxime Bernier made this tweet with Hindus in the photo, and a lot of people felt, hey, this is kind of missing the mark. Why would you post this? You have deportations in your policy now, and you're making photos like this. So let's focus on the future and what is the best path forward, or what we think can be effective now. A lot of what you say, Ferryman, I appreciate, but also my critique would be, this is idealistic. It's a radical idealistic thing. I think it's very useful in terms of rhetoric,
Yes.
in terms of energy, but in terms of like, how can we actually apply this to reality, and how can we actually, start winning hearts and minds today of the average Canadian? Because one thing you did say is, and I've never heard this kind of perspective, but I thought it was interesting, which is, is this tweet from Max really pandering to Hindus, or is it maybe actually pandering to guilty white people who feel like, oh yeah, see, I told you the PPC isn't racist, and like, that's why this is a good tweet. And here's the thing, just to play devil's advocate, a lot of Canadians are like that, unfortunately. A lot of them are still in that pocket of kind of knowing something's wrong, wanting to support something more radical, but also feeling more safe that there's a brown person there. You know what I'm saying?
So, like, if you want me to answer your question directly, like, yes, I genuinely believe that was who he was pandering to more than the Hindus. I think that you're correct when you say that's true of a lot of Canadians, but that is the problem. The problem is that so many Canadians feel that their views are not valid unless these random foreigners who showed up last week or the rabid leftists approve of them. This is the thing, like, civic nationalism is a perfect example of this. What it is a diluted down, watered down version of nationalism that is supposed to be kind of okay within the leftist moral framework because it's inclusive. So this in and of itself is part of the problem. We don't have a problem with resources. We have all the resources. We have all the manpower. We have all the capability to do what needs to be done. The real problem that Canadians have, and the Western world in general, all European peoples have right now, is a spiritual one. And so this is the real problem, and this is what I try to fight for. I'm not trying to get people to think of pragmatic solutions of how are we going to achieve this technically, within the framework of the existing legislation and the mechanics of government, and all of that to me is irrelevant. Because if we can develop the spiritual will to actually change things, to actually put things on the right track, all of this stuff is just, it's noise. It's stuff that, falls into place. What you need is the fighting spirit. That's what you need out of people. And so when I hear people say things like, oh, well, we can't do that because we'll be called this, or, we're not thinking of the limitations. I mean, they have pieces of paper that say they're Canadians, and, this person, they're kind of cool. So they like all of this stuff is people coping with not being willing to actually fight. They want it easy. And that's the whole difference between me. I don't want you to vote. I don't want you to go vote for a party that's going to give you what you want. I want you to become a fighter. Start fighting at the individual level in your daily life constantly. Don't rely on a politician who's advocating for certain policies that you can go check a box on election day every 4 years. That's not what's going to get us out of this situation. We need a fighting spirit. We need to mobilize as a people, not as a party, as a people. This is the key crux that is lost in politics. And this is why I find politics so abhorrent, is that it is constantly resorts back to the moral framework that has been dictated to us as being acceptable, when in reality, we need to reject that moral framework entirely and say, we're going to do this, and we don't care who says it's okay or acceptable or whatever. We're organizing. We're here to fight for our people. We have a right to exist, and we're not going to negotiate that away. That is the attitude that wins for us in the end. Not politicking, not electioneering, not optics. It's an attitude that needs to come from. Look, let me just put it this way. We need a triumph of the will, not elections. We need our people to mobilize and just will what we want into existence. I know that sounds idealistic, but ultimately that's what has to be done.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly appreciate, I agree with that sentiment, because just when you see sort of the demoralization, or just kind of like the deep pit, the deep hole that so many Canadians are in, like mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, of being so far away from even beginning to stand up for themselves. It's like, yeah, why do I feel like, checking a mark on a ballot box is not going to change this? There truly does need to be something that is spiritual. I don't want to go off on too much of a segue, but Mr. Ricardo was talking about Christianity being fundamental to the cultural nationalism of Canada. Is that at all something that you think is important for what Canadians are facing right now, Ferryman, in incorporating Christianity into our identity and using that to cultivate that will, so to speak?
I think
the C question,
specifically with Christianity. Obviously, I have no issue with Christianity. I think that Canada is a Christian nation. It was founded as a Christian nation. That isn't up for debate. We had religious laws in this country up until like 2006. No shop on Sundays laws. So the idea that you can separate Christianity from the Canadian experience is nonsense. And that's what they try to do. They do this all the time. They say that, we believe in religious freedom in Canada. Well, that was true in the Canadian context, but it was not pluralistic in the sense of like Islam and Hinduism and Sikhism, at least for the vast majority of Canadian history. So obviously, you can't separate those two. But that being said, Christianity, like many things, has been subverted drastically since in the post-war era. Since the end of the Second World War, Christianity has undergone this massive subversion that has turned it into this toothless kind of. The only thing Christianity seems to have teeth on is Israel. You've got 90 million Christian Zionists in the United States, and most of the evangelicals in Canada, which there's less of, but they're rabid supporters of Israel. Like, and on top of this too, there's a huge problem with Christianity in that you'll see this a lot with Christians. Like, they like to say that Christians should be welcome from all over. And look, we're seeing it play out in Europe in particular, where you get these so-called Christians from Africa who don't really align with what Europeans would call Christian values, do they? So, look, I think Christianity is historically significant, but I also think that it's incredibly subverted. And to base a nationalist movement around Christianity in 2024, there's huge problems with. And this is for us, like speaking for me personally, I put folk over faith always. I don't particularly care what your religious beliefs are, as long as you're fighting for our survival as a people. So I will always default to that. I appreciate Christians. I am culturally Christian. Obviously, I was raised Catholic. I still, engage in biblical reading sometimes. I am really a huge appreciator of Christian history, but I don't think that that's the ideology that's going to get us through this. At least not unless it's in conjunction with some kind of ethnic movement, and understanding that the things that people like about Christianity. Here, I'll just summarize with this. I think that Christianity was influenced more by Europeans than Europeans were influenced by Christianity. That's my take on it. And so I think that emphasizing the racial aspect will always be more important than emphasizing the religious aspect. And here I'll summarize. This will be the last thing. I would rather live with a Norwegian pagan than Christians from the Congo, and I would rather live with Christians from Germany than pagans from India. So, and I think most people would agree with that. If you're a Christian, you would probably, a European Christian, I should say, you would probably say that you would rather live with atheistic or agnostic Europeans than you would with, I don't know, Christians from India, or I don't know, pick a destination outside of Europe. So that's my perspective on it.
Okay, thank you for that. I saw you unmuting earlier, Trans. Did you want to comment on this?
I just feel like the doctor summed it up pretty good, that it is cultural, and what Ferryman's talking about race, I feel equally important. That he mentioned spirituality, but Christianity is just as important. That's the glue. That's what keeps a community together, is gathering once a week to say, I agree with you. May peace be with you. May peace also be with you. Just gathering to agree on something is the glue that's held our foundations together for all this time. So it's very important. And it's easier to do that in the medium of religion than it is to get together and go, I remember when Ragnar was thrown into the snake pit and then damaged the Saxon gene pool in Mercia. It just doesn't have that same ring to it. So I think it's an equally important spoke on the wheel of culture that the doctor was mentioning. And I was trying to find common ground with Ferryman earlier by giving credit to whites and Europeans for creating the culture we live in, and saying that PPC is just a mechanism. And I'm glad I was corrected on CivNat. That's not something I'm passionate about, or I'm like, oh, I'm a CivNat. I never even think of that. I just know that I'm not white exclusive for in a political realm when I'm looking for people to vote, especially if they want to join our culture. And how successfully they'll integrate into that culture, I totally agree. If I could discriminate and say we would prefer white Europeans in here because they tend to assimilate easier into our culture, then I would easily argue that once we're at a place where we can argue such things. But right now, the Overton window is so shut that you're called a racist. So am I. I'm called a racist quite a lot. And Ferryman, I'm sorry for calling you a racist, but it was something that you were advertising, and I put it in a totally different class. When you're saying that you want to connect with politics and you want to support PPC, and you're also doing like shit skins, everyone who's not white, you're gone, and you never elaborate on it with some kind of philosophy or system for how this will happen, you've got to understand that that's a very toxic look. So that's the only reason I was mentioning it. But I am called a racist just as much as you are, because I'm advocating many of the same things of a focus on actual European culture that built this society. And once we set up a meritocracy, it will be exactly what that doctor was talking about. It'll be based on cultural nationalism. So that's kind of a bit of both of ours. But I understand that you're very passionate about the one lane of ethnicity.
I actually agree with you with what you said about Christianity. I actually do think that that is the value of religious systems, regardless of what they are, is that they serve as a gathering point for people. And even in the context of like, you can trace this. This is what, led to the destruction of a lot of if you go back and you look at the decline of church attendance in Canada, you'll see that this directly correlates with our decline as a people. And that's because I don't think that's, a lot of people say that this is because of the morality or the religion itself. I disagree. I think it's more of the mechanism of the community building that attending church has. And so, while I 100% agree with you, if church does it for you, if that's how you connect with your community, by all means. But there are other ways as well. And that's one thing that we emphasize, which is things like, communal training events, communal hiking events. Like these achieve the same end, potluck dinners, all of this stuff. These are things that were a huge part of the church outside of the spiritual aspect of it. And that's what part of what we're trying to rebuild in a way that is more modernized. Look, church works too, though, right?
Did you want to address what Trans said, that you have a toxic look when you say things like,
well, I don't know if I particularly, like, I don't tend to use the term shit skin or anything like that. I prefer Pajit. I think it's funnier and it's more kind of, endearing. But that being said, look, again, this comes back to the attitude, which is part of the problem we have here is this kind of always conforming to the optics of what is deemed acceptable by the left. The moral framework from which we operate depends on us. We can't say that word. You can't frame it like that. This is a bad optics. The media will run with this. And I think personally, the correct approach to break this is to actually go well beyond what they deem is acceptable and even beyond what the right thinks is acceptable. I think the Overton window has
is that what the PPC should do, or you're just saying in general people should do that?
I'm not saying it's what the PPC. Let me put it this way. Part of the reason the left has succeeded so much in shifting the Overton window over the last 60 years is because they do not counter-signal their radicals. And so the perfect example of this is that you will never hear Justin Trudeau condemn a transgender, whatever drag queen performer for showing their testicles to children. You will never hear him criticize Antifa for their raucous riots. You will never hear him, counter-signal leftist academics who talk about, how whiteness needs to be destroyed or that white people are evil. You'll never hear that. You will never hear one of the left's establishment figures counter-signal the extreme leftist radicals. And that is why they have been able to succeed. Whereas on our side, the establishment figures, the Trumps, the Poilievres, the whoever, right? Anybody who's kind of perceived to be on the right, not only do they counter-signal their radicals on the right, they will actively try to cancel them and say that they do not condone or appreciate, the rhetoric of our side. So basically what I'm saying is you actually need these people who are going to engage in extreme rhetoric. Why? Because they're the ones who break the ground and shift the Overton window so that organizations like the PPC or conservative parties or more what you might call optics-friendly kind of organizations can operate without being called racist. Basically what I'm saying is we're decoys. We're the ones who attract all of the attacks, and we're the ones who face all the scrutiny, and we're the ones who get lambasted by the media. And that allows for these groups kind of that sit more to the center to shift a little to the right. And so the perfect example of this is like mass deportations. Like that would have been completely unthinkable a few years ago for even the PPC to say, yeah, we believe in mass deportations. It was radicals calling for mass deportations and being unapologetic about it that allows the PPC to then filter in and occupy that space that was opened up by the radicals. So I guess if there's one thing I can ask from, more mainstream, optics friendly, whatever you want to call it, entities in right-wing politics, it's for the love of God, stop counter-signaling the people who you think are, vulgar or, extreme or, maybe going a little bit too far, because them going a little bit too far is what makes it acceptable for you to go far enough.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would mostly agree with that, because you totally nailed it with saying the left never counter signals their radicals. And on our side, I think you brought it up, but Poilievre is horrible for this. Poilievre is like the biggest gatekeeper of them all, and constantly at the drop of a hat, he disavowed Christine Anderson for saying, well, she said that Trudeau's a disgrace to democracy. To me, that is just like the worst example of that. But I can't speak for trans here, but I guess like we might as well talk about it, which is like the concern is that maybe the worst of the worst person on social media who has a Diagolon in their profile that will get associated with the PPC and make it harder for the PPC. And, especially when the policy is to deport, that's going to come up. Like it's kind of an inevitability to kind of for them to try and use this cancel culture tactic. So I guess I'm really of the belief that the PPC needs to know that success is getting all of those smears thrown at you. Like if you're successful, if Max is effective, as PPC is effective.
Sure. And we get those thrown at us, but it's also part of the Project Cactus was to do exactly what Ferryman was doing. They make fake accounts that launch the most racist things to give fodder to be marginalized in the hearts and minds in a fifth generation warfare that PPC is radical, they're far right, they're extreme, they have direct connections. So that's why I'm like wondering, is it that you want to be a force that moves the Overton window and stays distant from PPC, but you also seem to exist in a milieu where you're like, we're your voters, appeal to us, or we're gone. And I'm like, there's got to be a Goldilocks zone where we can operate and coexist, or else like it really feels like an anti-PPC sentiment. Like I have never gone in and felt anything balanced politically. Maybe, I don't know, maybe Derek, I don't know. Some people have said it sometimes, but it feels like it's grown increasingly hostile towards PPC. And I've seen a long history of groups distancing and hating and feeling like almost a jealous vibe. We got there first. Like, Ferryman, you guys are very powerful. You do move the online window quite heavily. You've got a very loyal following. It's very motivated people, but there's the effects of reality are gigantic. There are people that I see and work with every day in Halifax that have had enough, that have never heard of Diagolon, and they've just had enough because the chaos of society is matching what the rhetoric Max has been preaching since 2019, no more mass immigration, sounds a lot less crazy. And I'm just kind of in this, let's not blow it, don't blow it. And I get that you're pushing the window, but there's also a line where it's like, this is public figures speaking in politics. This isn't anonymous guys jockeying for who can say the most edgy thing and move up the ladder of, no, I'm edgier.
I'm so what I'm telling you is that if you ever want to win, eventually you will have to cross the line. And you, like, I don't understand. You know this, like, you know that.
No, but you're talking like a sage of winning when civ nationalism has been winning. So I'm looking at the demonstrated history of how to achieve political power in a country, and it doesn't include ethno-nationalism. It includes cultural nationalism, as the doctor was realigning me to. Fine, let's call it that. But it includes doing that and pursuing that vein. And I just don't see,
this is
I don't see the extreme, you got to do exactly this. And I see a lot of people who are stuck in that. I can't get on board with PPC unless it's fucking perfect, and nothing will ever be perfect.
So this
can I interject here?
I actually do want to hear from you for a sec, but I just want to respond to Alex quickly, which is, I think fundamentally we have different victory conditions. So like your victory conditions basically are PPC takes power through civic nationalism, and then we start implementing, PPC policies. And, if that doesn't result in us being able to, have an ethnic homeland for the Canadian people explicitly, that's not victory to me. Like that is my victory.
That's not victory to me either. Like, I have tiered expectations. First is survival. First, the tyrant is going to use he controls the environment. Think of it as Sun Tzu. They control the media. They control the hearts and minds of most people who are weak. We're at the time where weak people are creating a destroyed society. So while we're living in that, we work with what we have among us. You're doing your project over here, and I agree. Men do need to get stronger. When I see you guys doing, like, we're fucking going to the gym, we're caring about our bodies, like Jeremy has really strengthened the culture of white people, and we deserve it. Fuck, we're demonized from every fucking angle. But there's also stuff like Christianity, fertility rates. There's many things to be done without pointing the finger. Until you're gone, I can't have children. No, it has to be both.
Okay.
Let's hear from Fortis.
Firstly, man, what a night. We're going past 2.5, almost 3 hours here. I wanted to thank Greg, Rachel, Trans, and Ferryman for the very stimulating conversation. So, I believe...
What about Liz? You didn't thank Liz. Sorry.
Yeah, I wasn't going to comment on that. So what I wanted to say is this. There's a lot of ground that I want to cover, or at the very least add to, that everybody else has already added. So I'm kind of an acolyte of Dr. Duchesne. One of the most important books, I think, for Canadians is Canada in Decay. If you've never read it, you probably should. And it actually chronicles very important history as far as the Canadian people and their formation are concerned. So there's a number of things that I'm going to cover here. And the first is a very quick synopsis of the formation of the two nations that constitute Canada. Number one, obviously, is the Quebecois. The Quebecois, under Samuel de Champlain, came to Quebec in 1608, and they founded the settlement that would become Quebec City. The second group of Canadians mostly came in 1790, after the American Revolutionary War. And so they set up shop in Upper Canada, which is now Ontario, and New Brunswick. And these people were Loyalist Americans. Their population and their numbers increased dramatically with 1 to 3 million British settlers who arrived in Canada over the next 200 years. And what's fascinating is that these British settlers actually assimilated to the Loyalist American culture and not the other way around. So already we see the seeds and the vestiges of an Anglo-Canadian identity emerging in Ontario and New Brunswick. And you can see it here to this day. the motto of the province of Ontario.
Sorry, just to clarify for people, the loyalists who came from America, basically the American Revolution happened, and the loyalists were like, "F that, we're actually still loyal to the Queen, and we're going to go to Canada." Is that?
Well, they were loyal to King George, and not for reasons that a lot of people think. But what I'm really getting at here is that Canada is a country with two constituent nations. And to build off of what Dr. Duchesne was saying, he was saying that a people, a nation, they're not just a race, they're actually not just a culture, and they're not just a people who have specific values. They're a combination of all of these things. So when you look at the two founding groups of Canada, they are the Anglo-Canadians and they are the French. And if you look at the 2021 census from Statistics Canada, I have it open right now. As of 2021, ethnic Canadians are 72% of the entire population. So we have been told our entire lives that Canada has been a cultural mosaic, and they use the excuse of the very nascent European multiculturalism at the time to justify the mass immigration throughout the 20th century. Okay, so, but the reality was those four constituent groups from the British Isles merged. They converged. They went under something called an ethnogenesis. So Anglo-Canadians from New Brunswick all the way to BC are a single people. You might think of yourself as, oh, I've got Irish ancestry, I've got Scottish ancestry, but these disparate groups, these different ethnic groups, they don't exist anymore. They're actually just one. So the two major groups are the entire bedrock of Canada to this day. And to touch upon what Ferryman was talking about, I was in a PPC space last night, and I was listening to a lot of people, I won't mention names, but they're like, well, how is it that we have white nationalists in the PPC, and I'm going to vote for conservative, and I'm going to do this and that, and na. It's not okay with me. You know, my experience as an Anglo-Quebecer, I kind of got a foot in both pools, okay? I'm of both Anglo-Canadian and Quebecois heritage. And I will tell you this, growing up in Quebec, growing up in Montreal, there is no question of what a Canadian is. And if you go to Quebec to this day, there is no question what a Canadian is. The Quebecois, for better or for worse, for the last 400 years, have maintained an extremely strong identity that they have aggressively defended from anything and everything that has threatened them, to the point where it has manifested in the policies of their province to the benefit of their people. And the reason is they see themselves as a people. What I've seen from the rest of Canada is that Anglo-Canadians do not see themselves as a people when they are. They are a people. They are a distinct ethnic group in this country. They're the Anglo component of all of Canada. So, you know, we were talking, we're like, okay, well, we have the spirit, and then on one end we have the, you know, in terms of policy, what can be practically done about this? Well, when I look to that province, what I see is a number of cultural preserving institutions and policies that have worked to their benefit. So, for example, you want to look at that province, Quebec only receives 50,000 immigrants per year. They're aggressively vetted. They rely on criteria that is mostly cultural compatibility matrix. So the only people they allow to the province already have pre-existing similarities to that province, because the further away you are, the less likely you're going to integrate people. Quebec, for the last 49 years, has been the only province in the country to even attempt to integrate foreigners. So to speak to trans, or Alex, I guess, you know, I personally don't think that Max was necessarily pandering. I think he was being a good-natured Canadian. I think he was saying, "Hey, listen, we can bring these people into the fold." I think he was saying that we can extend the olive branch. But to criticize the notion of coalition building with this massive group of foreigners in the country, the main issue now is that Canada does not have the social infrastructure to provide that integration. And when you look at a situation like Brampton, which is a city of 750,000 people and is 82 South Asian and has been allowed to grow into this absolutely catastrophically massive group of people who do not align with Canada, who do not align with Canadian culture or values or religion, there is practically nothing you can do about it except dismantle it. So as Ferryman has pointed out before, to sacrifice probably your most ardent supporters for what might amount to 10 to 15% of that cohort is probably not a very smart thing to do. We're in a situation now. I notice a lot of people are getting blocked under Max's page. I, for some reason, haven't been blocked. I consider that a good thing. But I said, I don't believe that this is the right path to go on. We must unite under our common Anglo and French identity, because that is what we are, and that is what we have always been. We have always been a country of two nations. We have always been Anglo-Canadian and French. So my main issue with the PPC, I guess to an extent, my main issue with half of Canada is this failure of recognizance that Canadians are a people. Because if you don't know who you are, then you don't know what foreigners are going to identify with. If you don't even know what a Canadian is, how can you expect an East Indian to know what a Canadian is? How can you expect them to integrate and assimilate to you if you don't even define your values or your origins or your history, right? So there can and will not be any integration with significant numbers of foreigners based on this current situation. So people were talking about, once again, we'll go back to policies. Quebec has recognized itself as a distinct society. It recognizes itself as a distinct ethnic group, an immutable, immovable, rock-solid ethnic group that is exclusive to them. And if assimilation and integration is possible, pre-existing similarities have to exist, and they face a tremendous amount of social pressure to do so. And only then can we have integration. Only then can we wholesomely amalgamate newcomers into this country who want to be Canadian. But as it stands right now, there are no social incentives. The status of Canadian culture is not high enough to incentivize people to want to be Canadian. So the status of Canadian culture has to be elevated. The social infrastructure has to be there so that they can move into that mode of thinking where they're like, okay, you know what, I'm in it. I'm willing to abandon my pre-existing culture and identity to join yours. And that's a massive ask. That's a massive ask for anybody of any culture. And if you look at our own history, it took an insurmountable amount of effort just to get the English and the French cooperating. And to this day, that's still not even really the case. It is mostly, it's settled into an uneasy peace, but we had a hard time integrating other people. So, when people say, oh, well, we need to coalition build with all these individuals, the reality is you're pulling the cart before the horse. You have to build up this entire infrastructure before that happens. To close here, I believe that the seeds of ethnic nationalism, while allowing some degree of foreign integration, they're already here. They already exist. We already have a successful model for it. That's all that has to be done. Mass deportations, for people who are still squeamish about this, the Trump administration is already doing that. The second largest political party in Germany is already talking about that. In fact, that's the exact subject that they were voted in on. I guess the Germans have a lot of faith that that's going to happen. And for less direct and aggressive methods that do seem to be working, Denmark and Sweden actually have a very successful model, so it seems, of sending a lot of these people home, either by paying them or they set up cultural policies that incentivize either assimilation or leaving. And if you don't make the cut, then they leave on their own. So everybody here tonight has brought up a number of positive points, a lot of good points, but there is a way to tie all of this together.
Thank you.
Yes.
Wow.
Can I just respond quickly? I think everything you're talking about Quebec and the way that they've situated themselves is exactly in the policies of PPC, defining our cultures as that and stopping immigration until we have a values test and some way of knowing, are you going to have the conversation? No one isn't even having the conversation. When you say, how many can we successfully assimilate? It's a very complicated calculation of, do you guys care enough about your culture to make anyone else want to assimilate? You need to have a certain pressure of people that are very proud of their culture. Enter Ferryman and everyone who's propping up white culture as we're a dominant force, because dominance dominates. If we're not dominant, if we hate ourselves, and if we're at the lowest levels ever made because of the multiculturalism lie, no one will ever assimilate. What kind of welfare mechanisms are we talking about? We're going to have to go through an austerity phase thanks to Trudeau putting our debt into the trillions. So there's going to be a process by which everything you said will come to fruition if you pursue PPC as a strategy. My only problem with what Ferryman was doing was, I'll just mute. That'll be my thing. Ferryman, you're going to say what you will about PPC. That's fine. But I felt that you were taking a moment that was a minus 50-point event, and you were using everything you could to direct it towards PPC's over, PPC's dead, PPC's over, PPC's dead. And I saw endless amounts of that. And me and you have always talked. When shit gets hot on tweets, we get together and we talk, which is why I started this off by going, hey, maybe we can chat about this. And you wanted mods, so I'm like, okay, fine, we'll do it with mods. But I thought that the first time we talked, having the, people all around us in like fairy camp that was just not letting me talk to you, which we normally do. We could do it on your fucking YouTube channel or whatever you do it, but that normally sorts things out. But I didn't feel that you were being genuinely, I want to help the PPC. It's tended to have a tone of taking something that may have been a misstep. It was a misstep, okay? It was a misstep to take a photo. It's not a good look, but I didn't think it was the mortal blow that I felt you were broadcasting it as.
All right, fair enough. I mean, you did deny that it was a misstep for I don't know, the first couple.
No, in the first debate we had, I said, no, this is actually, if I'm talking to other PPCers, I'm going to say that's a bit cringy. But when I see you saying it's the end of PPC, that forces me into a defensive position. It's not, oh, he's just Max Bernay's dick in your mouth. No, it's you're putting me into a place of defense by overcooking the event that happened. That was how I viewed it.
All right. Well, I mean, obviously we're going to remain critical. Like, again, of all the criticisms I've levied against the PPC, I have never once said you should not vote for them to anyone. I have never said that. I've talked about whether I will or won't or whatnot, but I've never advised that other people shouldn't. In fact, I often say, like, I don't care who you vote for whoever you want. I vote for Trudeau if you want to accelerate. I don't give a shit. Like, to me, voting is pointless. It's pointless. And like, I don't hide that fact. And look, if we want to, because one of the topics that Greg had listed here was, is there a political solution? And I don't know if we ever really got into that. My answer, go ahead, Greg.
I was going to say, I thought it actually came up kind of early. Like we were kind of talking about that. I thought in terms of like you're voting once every 4 years isn't just the whole. Yeah. Yeah.
So what I want to say on this topic though, is that, look, when I say there is no political solution, what I mean is in the context of establishment politics. And that's typically what people actually do mean when they say it, because the reality is, a revolution is political. There are solutions that don't require you to engage in party politicking and electioneering. There are many historical examples of this. So to say that the only way out of this is through the establishment political system, through elections and party politics, is to basically write off every other alternative and say, like, these aren't viable solutions. And that, to me, that's blackpilling. To say that the only way we're getting out of this is if we, win an election, to me, that's blackpilling. Because as we saw, elections can be rigged. Elections can be they can be stolen. It's very easy to manipulate the masses. Basically, you're depending on the masses coming around to your side and not being tricked, by the media. To me, this is not, the only solution. So when I say there's no political solution, I just mean elections aren't necessarily the only way that we can win this. And honestly, I would argue that the chances of fixing this problem through elections are now so small and diminishing by the day. Let's take, for example, somebody did projections recently based on the 2023 immigration levels. If levels aren't stopped and reduced, and we go through some kind of mass deportation scenario very quickly, we're looking at 6 years. We have 6 years before we become a minority in our own country. And I don't just mean white people, I mean Canadians. Right now, a third of the country, guys, a third of the country are foreign born. Like we're on the path to drastically becoming a minority in our own country, surrounded by foreigners who we can't really determine whether or not their loyalty is to Canada first or to somebody else. Even if you buy the civic nationalist argument, like this is an untenable situation. And we have 6 years. And we both know that Trudeau isn't going to fix it. And we both know that Pierre isn't going to fix it. And we both know, and this is the truth, that the PPC are not winning the next election. Okay, let's just be realistic here for a second and admit that Pierre is going to win the next election. Okay, there's no way out of that. He's going to win a majority, and he's not going to do anything substantial to fix this problem. So that sets us at 2029 before there's another election. Or I guess there could be one within a couple of years if Pierre deems it, politically advantageous to do it. But he's only going to call an election, a quick election, if he thinks that he can get more of a mandate. So the idea that after the Conservatives win a majority, they're just going to call another one within 3 years, that's wishful thinking at best. So we're looking at 4 or 5 years, most likely, before you get another election. And that puts us at 2029, 2030. Okay. By that point, there will be so many foreign-born people living in this country. The idea that a populist Canadian patriotic party is going to somehow not only win an election, but win a majority so that they can actually start changing this is like, it's delusional, man. It's to the point of like, I don't know. So we need a more radical solution that aims at short-term mobilization of people outside of the political system. And that's what I view as a political solution. You need people to start organizing and thinking of things outside of the terms of the ballot box. They have to understand that this is a fight that you don't engage in once every 4 years. It's a fight that you engage in every day, and it requires your active participation in it. You can't just sit on the couch and consume content and act like that's going to change things. You can't depend on people to, quote unquote, wake up and realize that you're right. You have to actually become engaged in this process that requires you to organize. So if you're a PPC supporter, you need to actually support the PPC and canvas. You need to actually organize events. And this is me giving them advice. You have to actually engage in the process. It's not good enough to just show up and vote for them or buy a party membership. That's not enough. And if you're not a
and
supporter
you
of
know
the
that I've been espousing that from the beginning, and
100%.
said
And
no
we-
votes. I don't care about votes.
Yep.
I care about participation. When someone says I'm going to vote
100%.
PPC, I quote tweet them and say, no, you've got to live PPC. You've got to wear a fucking shirt around while you're shopping to let people know that it fucking exists.
100%. We're totally on the same page in this regard. And if you're somebody who doesn't like party politics and you're not amenable to that, that means that you have to get engaged in whatever, a nationalist organization, some kind of NGO, some kind of political body that's actually trying to change things outside of the voting process. Like this is not going to be won through votes and legislation. It's going to be won through a triumph of the will of people actually choosing to get engaged in the process at the grassroots level. So that's ultimately what I'm getting at. I focus on getting people to tribe up and actually engage in positive experiences and learn how to organize themselves. And that's not as simple as just like we're all going to get together. This requires people to actually learn how to engage in logistics, to learn how to manage large groups of people. If you want to organize a protest in this country, you need to be a very good organizer, especially if it's a right-wing protest, because you're going to be met with all kinds of nonsense. Like these are skills and tactics that we are fucking weak on, and we need to correct that right now. Being able to mobilize large groups of people to specific political causes is something that we are terrible at. And the best example of it was the convoy, and that was a clusterfuck. Okay, that was a ragtag group of pissed off people who just showed up and basically had a street party. And I was there the whole time, and it was amazing, and it was beautiful, and all those things. But if you think that wasn't a 1 in a million moment that will never be recreated, like I don't know what delusion you're living in. That was something special. The odds of that happening again are very small. And I don't even know if I want it to happen again, because the problem with it is that it was disorganized. There was no logistics to it. There was no intention behind it. It was random.
I'd go farther to say it was intentionally disorganized. It was from the top. It was always compromised.
I would agree. And so this is the problem, is you need to be actually engaged in this organizational process. That's how we actually fix this. You can't just sit there and consume content.
But like, honestly, this is one thing where I will say the PPC was there with hundreds of people helping out. It was Jim Torma and Max Bernier and Randy Hillier who, when the press conference, like we had Dr. Hodkinson and a bunch of doctors who were trying to do press conferences while BJ Dichter was talking about Bitcoin and how he has Gad Saad's new book. And that day, someone needed to pick up the slack and say, no, we're having a press conference. And it was Jim and Randy Hillier who were getting Bruce Party and all these guys together and doing serious press conferences when it was purposely being hidden from view. There was a purposeful strategy to say, we don't want any CBC in here. We'll show them by not inviting them in, as if they're not going to tell their tale of the convoy without our input now. So I would say that PPC has been out there, and every time we come out, there is some group that is gatekeeping it, accusing PPC of just wanting to sap up attention. You just want to hijack this for politics. So when we try to come out, we're trying to hijack it for politics, but we can't have both where it's like we're not getting active. We're trying. But there are many groups that are like holding and clutching the ring and desperately fearful of PPC ever getting a drop of accountability or credit for anything. Because you saw what happened in the Dutch farmers' protest. They connected it with a populist party and they went from zero to majority. It's a different system. It's not like ours, but it still went from nothing to something overnight by connecting a freedom movement with populist politics. And there is that fictional germ that's been inserted. Freedom movements have to be divorced from politics, even though our demands are exclusively political.
Well, see, I agree with you. But again, this is one thing that I don't see a lot of from the PPC. And like a perfect example. And honestly, if I can just say this, I'm kind of why didn't the PPC broadcast their support for that mass deportations rally that happened in Hamilton? You guys support mass deportations, right?
I was actually going to ask this.
4.9 million will be gone if PPC is elected because they fall under the term of illegal or expiring.
Right. So the question would be, do you think Max should have like retweeted that image of those? I
think he could have commented on it. I think he could have said, like, look, again, it's about defending your fringe radicals and loaning them support. I mean, I guess he did the acceptable thing, which is he didn't like criticize them and say, oh, you shouldn't be doing this in black mass. And, you should show your face publicly. I mean, that's easy to say. Look, again, I actually saw that criticism a lot from PPC people, which is like, oh, proud patriots show their faces. It's like, okay, you do it. Why isn't the PPC doing it? You have the party, you have the infrastructure, you have, the email lists and all the stuff that you could easily organize this. Why don't you do it? And you can all show your faces and dress in PPC purple. You support mass deportation, so it's not an issue with the message. Why don't you do it? And that actually is a criticism, which is the PPC's street presence is pitiful. And like that's not just a criticism of the PPC either. I mean, all right-wing Canadians have a pitiful street presence, and usually when they have one, it's some vague, kind of assertion of like freedom or like, Maple MAGA or something. It's basically fuck Trudeau nationalism, where the only thing we really care about is, fuck Trudeau or something. And let's, march through the streets and chant freedom. Like this is not a viable political movement. You have to start targeting. So look at how effective that mass deportations rally was with 15 to 20 guys in black bloc holding up a sign with 3 words on it. Look at how much pull that got. Look at how much support that got among your average Canadian. That's a popular message. That's a majority supported message. And these guys did it. So like if the PPC does, like, that's how you get exposure. You're saying like you need to wear a purple shirt and walk around so that people know who we are. Well, why don't you do these kind of flash mob demonstrations? That would get massive support. People would like it.
And fair enough. Like, but I look on the inverse of that and say, but we do support all that in policy, and it's not worth, like, I feel like we should at least get some credit for being a million light years better than every alternative, hated by all alternatives. But at some point, we need to be good enough to not be in this ultimatum circling of support of us of like, I'll support you today, But tomorrow, so help me God, if there's one photo I don't like, we're out and I'm panicking and I'm hitting the alarm. I have seen this for so long. I have seen so many people. There are so many conservatives. The curse of conservatives is we never group up. We never say we're going to stick together. The allure and the romance of going, no fucking politician's going to help you, man. You're fucking on your own. Let's get kinetic in this shit, which is exactly what they're trying to TP. I'm not saying Ferryman or anyone's doing that, but I'm saying that is what the operation is to marginalize people that are strong into being so strong that they fuck up, so strong that they go into a Coots 4 scenario. So like,
can I interrupt
you?
Go
ahead.
I actually don't believe that's the case. I think the last thing that the Canadian government wants is basically that. Not that that's an advocation, but no government wants that level of instability where people are literally killing each other in the streets. So the idea that they're trying to goad nationalists or people who are further to the right of the Overton window, to me, just doesn't make any sense.
I think they're absolutely dedicated to it. And if you see the Coots 4 and what was going on with them, that was specifically what they were inserted in to do, was to get people to say things that are close enough to insurrectionists that they could Jan 6th everyone. And I think that is their one proven tool that they've used. And they were surprised that the convoy even took place after the example of Jan 6th insurrection, that they can misrepresent reality because they control the environment. They control how most people think and what they'll accept. And the truth is, most Canadians would accept a mass jailing of people that they're considering right-wing, ideologically motivated terrorists. So I think at this moment, there are many people that are trying to get us to fall for traps like that. And it would be folly to think that it's not happening.
Okay, so two things here that I'm going to dissect because I think it's very important. Number one, the Canadian government does not have the manpower or the resources or the technology to do what the United States does. So the idea that they can just lock up everybody is completely nonsense. It's totally nonsense.
They could barely even have the
military. The Canadian military does not even exist, right? We can't.
Dude, it's not 1997. One little app on a thumb drive could track and trace everyone, not only what we think, what we believe, where we're going to be, but what we're going to buy next. So I think they have more than the tools, and they've got more than the motive, and they've got more than the means, and they have been commissioning. If you're reading the articles about them leaking, like, we're putting more and more money into this, we're focusing on it. You saw what was happening. They've used this playbook, and to an extent it worked. So you can expect them to be trying it again. I just don't understand. Sorry.
Well, they can try, but
sorry, I don't mean it. But trans,
they did try, and the Coots, they're still serving time. So I'm just saying that they're doing it. Entrapment operations exist. They're everywhere. Everyone knows someone where they're like, oh, okay, that's a Fed post right there.
Man, like I'm sorry. I think that we've had much more experience dealing with Canadian law enforcement. Like, and you know this. And I have to tell you, like, everything that we've seen from Canadian law enforcement is that they are unbelievably incompetent, and painting them as something that's like this omnipotent force that's capable of like all kinds of, power projection. You do not understand how fucked the Canadian police system is in this. Like, they are terrible.
Oh, no, if absolutely. I don't doubt that, but you don't think that this is on their menu and that you don't need to be careful at all, and that when Daisy Group appeared and tried to smear everyone, that doesn't work for them. Hearts and minds. Fifth generation warfare is keeping us in a place where no one will listen to us or take us seriously.
Okay, so on the issue of the narrative, what I wanted to say is that I actually don't believe that the Canadian media controls the narrative in Canada anymore. Because if you look at the only people who actually watch the CBC, it's basically leftists. And it's the same as the US, where the only people who watch NBC are leftists. So they don't control the narrative. X is the #1 app in the world where Canadians and Americans and a whole bunch of Europeans get all of their information from. So no, they don't actually control the narrative in this country. They just don't. It's not a reality anymore. Part of the reason why they're trying to censor social media, what was it, Bill 63, is precisely because they no longer control information. They can't. They no longer control information. It's over. It's effectively over. So yes, I agree with you. Obviously, OPSEC obviously don't say stupid things that could be misconstrued. You know what I mean? Even if they're true. But also don't use it as an excuse to not be inactive, right? It cannot be used as an excuse to not be active.
Yeah, I think you guys are both right. I think on one hand, we should not be afraid. We should not give in to this idea of like, oh, we need to be like bigger pussies. That's how we're going to win. We can't say anything. Like, that is definitely not the path. But on the other hand, it is true. Like, people do need to be smart. If you're caught slipping, if something can be used against us, it will be used against us. And the other kind of added part that I think is important, because I want to bring it back to kind of the PPCs and their messaging, us PPC being successful looks like them being smeared in the media. Did like all these things where they take all the horror. Oh, hey, look, they're insurrectionists. They're like, that's what success looks like. And what I'd like to talk about now is the fact, and this is kind of like a criticism of the PPC or something that I think that they should work on. Knock, knock, knock. HQ, if you're listening. Diagolon was getting more attention in the media recently with their tour. And that is a sign that the PPC is not doing its job. If there's someone who should be in the media being called racist on a regular basis, if the PPC is doing its job, it should be the People's Party of Canada. I've been saying this since 2019. 100%. If you look at the rise and success of Donald Trump, he got called racist every single day on his march to the presidency. And this is what it looks like. And I think that we shouldn't let these little scenarios, or PPCH headquarters, you shouldn't let these little scenarios pass by as like, oh, that's not really a big deal. No, this is really where the rhetoric is won. This is really where, you can win the elections by winning hearts and minds. When those men were out with the banner, retweet it, maybe. Okay, what's the message going to be? It should be something smart. You shouldn't just retweet it willy-nilly. Maybe have a comment that makes sense, that's kind of clever, that draws attention to it, of, like this is where the creativity of the war room of the PPC should come in, where it's like, how can we say something that'll basically endorse these people but not endorse it too much, whatever. Like that's where so much more time and energy and attention I think needs to go at the PPC headquarters, where it's like finessing the message to, and it's not even about like, appealing to the radicals or anything like that. It's about, this is your frickin' policy. This is your policy. How can you get attention? How can you bait the media? How can you bait the leftists to have them freaking out, calling you racist? And then when the people actually look into what they said, it's like, oh, I actually agree with this. Because that's really what happened to get Trump's rise to power. People saw he was called racist. They looked into it. They're like, oh, wait, I actually like this guy. Hold on.
I want to jump back for a second here, because it does still relate, which is, I'm sure most people in here have seen, he's actually in here right now, Slurms, if you don't know. This guy went out into, I don't know where in Alberta, in a T-Rex costume with a sign that said, I think, too many immigrants. And then he went out with a unicorn costume that said mass deportations now, or something like that. Those two instances got more attention. And I obviously don't know this for a fact, but I do absolutely know it's true. Those two specific photographs went more viral and got more attention and more support and more notoriety than the PPC's policy does on their website. And this is the one thing, obviously, like, I don't know if the PPC doesn't understand this, or they just don't want to engage in this kind of, politics or these tactics, which is the viral nature of the internet is how, and this kind of like funny, goofy, trolly attitude is actually how you get the attention. It's not enough to say we're pro mass deportations on your website that nobody goes to except for your own party members. That's not going to do shit. You have to take these things to the streets in a way that will get publicity, that will get notoriety, that will cause controversy. And that word right there, controversy, that's your best friend. That's your best friend in the whole world. Every time you cause controversy, the media can't help themselves. They will not be able to help themselves. They will give you attention. And that's exactly what you want. You want them to constantly be talking about Maxime Bernier and what he did today, or what he did the other day. That's what you need. And so basically what I'm saying is, you want to be the heel. You absolutely want to be the person that the media and this regime hates, and they paint as being their biggest rival. That's exactly what Greg was just talking about with Trump. That's what he did. He turned himself, and I don't even believe he is that. That's the funny thing, is I actually don't think he's that at all. Like, I'm not a fan. But what I will say is that he managed to convince the majority of people that he's the outside candidate, that he's the one that the system really despises, that he's the one they fear more than anything. And that's what made people love him, because they hate the system. So if you want to be that if you want to be Trump, you have to become the entity that the system can't help but talk about and hate on constantly. And the only way you're going to do that is by causing controversy and being offensive and getting people to cry about you and constantly causing these kind of like little, bumps in the road for the Canadian media and stuff they just can't help themselves. And a perfect example of this, whether you like them or not, there are these guys in Australia called the NSN and the EAM, the European Australian Movement. And what they've done with these black bloc tactics and these quick flash mob protests is make it so that the media can't help but talk about them all the time. And at first, people thought that they were, it was weird. And like, why are these guys marching around in masks? And like, are they feds? Are they Antifa? Blah, blah, blah. But what they did is they created controversy and they kept taking positions that the majority of people agree with, like ending the pedo grooming and mass deportations and send these refugees that are demanding, permanent residency home. And this created this kind of dynamic where they're the underdog taking on this Goliath state, and people love that. They love when you're the underdog that's taking on this tyrannical entity. One thing that speaks to the European mind, to the Western civilized mind more than anything, is the fight of the outlaw good guy versus the lawful tyrant or the lawful evil. This dynamic does very well with people, and that's the dynamic you need to create. And you're only going to do that by being basically Robin Hood. You need to be Robin Hood versus King John. You have to be getting in their face. You have to be stealing money from King John. You have to be fucking over his sheriffs. You have to be, taking his supply chains. That's the attitude that you need to have here, is that we're the rebels. We're the ones who don't give a fuck. We're the ones who are going to take on the system come what may. And that's how you win. And I don't see that from the PPC, at least yet.
I really like what you've invoked there with it's there's a mythology there. There's a story to it. And that's really like the frame or the lens that you should be looking at this as, like someone who's thinking of rhetoric and how to brand Max, like a cowboy, like something like an outlaw who is a rebel without, with a cause to save the country. That being said, it's also, this needs to be done properly. It's not like, Max is going to go out there and, he has the black block on. Hi, I'm Max Bernier.
No, he doesn't have to. That's
right.
The thing is tomorrow, if Max wanted to, tomorrow, he could start organizing a demonstration for next weekend where he and 50 other PPC members go to wherever in whatever major Canadian city with a banner that says mass deportations now. And Max gives a speech and you film the whole thing. And this is such a better use of PPC's resources, like the money they do have, than buying fucking election campaign signs for people who are going to get 300 votes in a riding in fucking northern Manitoba. Okay? That does nothing. That does absolutely nothing.
I do want to add too that there is this echo chamber effect. It happens in Diagolon, it happens in PPC, which is this idea of because there's some libertarian types who support the PPC and they say, we can't do that. That's too controversial. We're going to get called racist and that's going to be game over. And it's like, you don't know what you're talking about. A lot of regular ass, apolitical people would actually see that and start to maybe be interested in politics for the very first time. There's a lot of people who don't even know the PPC exists yet. Don't even know, don't care about any of this stuff. And this idea, I just feel like there's a lot of people in the PPC echo chamber sometimes, especially the Conservative Party echo chamber, who have this idea. It's basically they work in Ottawa and they're like, no, that can't work because of that. No. And it's like, you're so out of touch that you're almost like the worst, even though you've been following politics, you're almost like the worst person to talk to in terms of what would be effective messaging, because you're just totally into the, focus groups and what Ottawa wants or what the status quo is. It's especially with PPC, this is a huge opportunity because they are more grassroots. They don't have to follow all these rules that 100-year-old party the Conservative Party or Liberal Party has to follow. They have the freedom to do more radical things or do more controversial things. And I think it's a matter of finding the balance, or finding the kind of like that sweet spot of doing these things in a clever way. And I think really, like, what's the number one goal that the war room or that the messaging rhetoric people at PPC think about? How do we get in the headline this week? How do we get in the headline tomorrow? How do we get in the headline and have people talking about how we're controversial, but at the same time having our ideas be spread that way?
I'm loving what's going on tonight. We're at 3.5 hours. Do you think we should open it up to more speakers who've been waiting at this point?
Yeah, it looks like Trans wants to say something. So Trans, go ahead, and sure, we can
I think
cycle
you
through a
guys
few
should pull
people.
an all-nighter and keep it going. I'm probably gonna have to go to bed in like 10 minutes, but
I have to work in like 5 hours, so
yeah, me too.
That's your excuse? Wow.
Well, I will say this though, is so one thing too, like, I don't know if the PPC will actually do this. I hope they do. And if they do, 100%.
I do too. I like it.
But the key element to this is that you have to be offensive, because if you go, like, look what happens with these freedom rallies. Okay. When they go out and they do these rallies with 100 people, nobody gives a shit. The only people who give a shit are the people who are already engaged in it. They take photos of it. They put them on the internet, and the people who like it, the people who see it, are the people who already agree with them. So the key element to this kind of thing is that there has to be some kind of element that causes the controversy, whether it's the banner itself or whether it's the way the march is carried out. And there are perfect examples of this. Like, I'll use one. I know it's a lot of people think they're feds or whatever. They're not, but regardless, like Patriot Front, their uniforms, their banners, their flags, the way they present themselves, that's what causes the controversy. That's what makes the entire American establishment media go nuts. It's the way it's done. So, walking down the street, waving Canadian flags, randomly chanting things like "fuck Trudeau" or "freedom," in complete disorganization with random attire, and one guy's looks like he's homeless.
Yep.
That doesn't
same
work.
here. Yep.
I felt like you were conflating like freedom fighters with PPC earlier, and I just wanted to say that, like, freedom fighters are kind of its own thing. PPC does do successful events, but they're usually more like conferences and things.
I'm both. I've had so many eggs thrown at me for marching in downtown Vancouver for against the mandates and stuff. I know exactly what it looks like to be shit on.
It's understanding the reason why you're doing the protest. The protest is not about the actual act of marching anymore. Okay. It's not, this isn't 1914 or,
it's about the content, bro.
It's about being able to create an image that goes viral because of the context that it's set in. So it doesn't matter. Again, it doesn't matter. You don't need 3,000 people. And even if you do, like, I saw this during the COVID era, I was part of these marches. There was rallies in Ottawa that were 5,000 to 10,000 people, and the media just completely ignored it. But if for some reason, if 15 guys in black bloc with a banner show up that has a little bit of edge to it, do something, it goes viral. If one guy wears a fucking unicorn costume and stands on the corner of the street and with a sign that says mass deportations now, they can't help themselves. So understanding that controversy and offensiveness is the key element to this is critical. So if Max goes and does a rally tomorrow where it's about an anti-immigration rally or something, and they hold up a sign that just says end immigration, nobody's going to care. It has to have an edge to it. And that's what's missing from the PPC, is this edge. And whenever I do see that edge come out from Max, whenever I do see him become a little bit offhanded or flippant or just kind of aggressive in his rhetoric, that's whenever his posts go big. That's whenever people start talking about it. And that's what the PPC is lacking. Look, maybe you don't need as much edge as Diagolon or these nationalist organizations and stuff like that, but you need more edge. You need more, I don't know, wow factor.
For sure. I think Max has a lot of viral tweets, but I think you're right in the PPC participation needs to up the game. And I've always thought that. I mean, we're in an area of like Trump and what worked with MAGA, that you have 5 out of 10 people in America fully understand what patriotism is. Canada's like 2 out of 10. Out of those 2, 1.5 of them are so tortured with anti-Trudeau that they'll do anything to take Pierre's apple. And then another subset of that are illuminated with, all politics are bad. Even populism is the same as establishment. I don't want to deal with anything political. And their eyes roll the second you mention PPC. So we're working with very little. When you said, like, you will be lucky to get 500,000 votes next election, I said, yeah, that's pretty bang on. That's like we got 800,000 because Aaron O'Toole was an honest representation of CPC, and Canadians were tortured with COVID, and enough of them saw good versus evil that they say, I don't care about strategic voting. I'm not going to be on Satan's team. So I've known that we're going through a period of very weak people right now, and that guerrilla marketing campaigns are a really good thing, but it's hard to do. It's hard to get PPC people that have jobs. I'd probably be okay. I'm in enough of a trade where it's not so detrimental to my career. But there are many people that, can't get out there with those signs and do the stuff that a black bloc could do.
But then, so why attack?
I'm not making excuses. I agree with what you're saying.
I'm just saying you just kind of like, I agree. You're right. That's why guys wear black bloc. That's why they wear masks, because they understand that the ramifications of engaging in these kind of politics publicly can destroy your life. Like, I've experienced it. Jeremy McKenzie's, like, a ton of us have experienced what it's like to go through, the public smear campaigns.
Right.
And stuff like that. So
that's why I defend Jeremy versus Fedgate and shit, because I'm like, he's out there with his name out there. You have no evidence. He's being tortured by the state. So I have a lot of sympathy for people that are public figures. And ones that are anonymous and going hard on public figures, I have a lot of animosity for.
So
in our orbit, I mean.
Sir, the Edgy D there, Son of Plaid, just made a great comment in the pill there, which is when Max went to PEI and confronted Rupinder, that was awesome. And that's right. That's exactly what you want to see from someone like Max, which is like going and like confronting people on the street and like having this kind of chauvinist, or I don't know what the right word is here, but this kind of like, I think Greg used a good word earlier, this cowboy attitude. Like you need that.
Right.
And I'm sorry. That's where Max falls short. It's not policy. It's not rhetoric necessarily. It's attitude.
All right. I mean, it sounds like we found some common ground. We'll open it up in a sec, but I think that I want to kind of address the two psyops that we're going to kind of see play out here, which is, number one, there's going to constantly be people concerned trolling Max and the PPC saying, don't do that. Don't associate. That's racist. No. You can't be, you can't. And most of it's bullshit. Of course, you need to have a good degree of optics. You are a political party. You want to appeal to the working class man or woman. You want to continue to be able to be accessible to regular Canadians. But, when you have a policy that is deportation, it's like you should be willing to get out there and get called racist all the time. And on the other hand, with Diagolon, it's kind of continues to be there. There's probably at least a handful, or at least some people who, I don't know, work for CSIS or the RCMP, who are like running around with accounts that have Diagolon flags in them, pretending to be Diagolon people, trying to infiltrate. I'm sure that's happening as well. So there's also that fear as well. But the important thing is to keep our eyes on the prize and not kind of let these subversive people not allow us to focus on accomplishing the goal, which is reversing this radical demographic change that we're all kind of experiencing, right? Shall we open up the floor? Who should we get on here?
I can stay for like 20 minutes.
Awesome. There's been several people come and go, but we can just.
Well, actually, I did think of one thing to kind of tell Ferryman, actually, because I was at the PPC conference this summer, and I interviewed some of the candidates, and there was this one guy. Oh my God, what was his name? Shoot, I got a great interview with him. He's a black man. I forget where he's from. I'm not sure, but he's a candidate, and he gave like such a passionate speech. And I was like, man, that was the most like patriotic speech I've heard from like anyone here. And it's like, I'm just kind of juxtaposing it with like, my white friends that I grew up with. It's like night and day. And it's like, how is it some foreign black dude is having so much more fiery passion for like the freedoms that we get to enjoy here? And you could kind of see it in his face. He came from a place where they did not have freedom at all. And like that fiery passion, I was like, damn, like that's pretty awesome.
Well, look at Duchesne.
Sure.
Yeah, so again, this is like, just because you love Canada and you're patriotic to Canada doesn't necessarily mean that you're Canadian. In the same way that, like, you know, you'll like, I don't know how to put it any other way. That's just the reality. You may not like it, okay, and I don't like it either, and I consider them traitors to their own people, but that doesn't mean that the leftist is not Canadian just because they have leftist views. So look, I get it. This is where it's confusing, but ultimately, as like, you have to think of it like this. You may like you know, your friend more than your brother, but your brother is still your brother and your friend is still your friend. You can hate your brother. You can have a vitriolic disagreement with your brother, but ultimately at the end of the day, he's still your blood, and no amount of disagreement can change that, in the same way that no amount of agreement on something means that your friend is now, you know, your blood. And if that means, blood means something to me, okay? Like, these things matter to me. And it goes the same way. It's like, you know, you may have a child who's like a wayward child, and, you know, my parents probably feel like that about me, but ultimately I'm still their son, whether they like it or not. And I know that they still love me and I still love them. And so, like, you know, we may disagree, you know, vehemently about, you know, politics and stuff like that, but we're still family. And so this is what you have to understand. And that's why it sucks, because I actually feel for these, I wish these leftists would come around, because they're family and I see what they're doing, you know, to the rest of their family. They're destroying their blood. They're destroying, you know, their kin. So like, to me, this stuff matters. And while, yes, I may agree politically more with, I don't know, you know, some black guy or some, you know, Persian or whatever, that doesn't make them my family. That doesn't make them my blood.
Right.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I guess the only reason I brought that up is because, you know, I don't think there's any reason to push these people away from, you know, fighting the good fight for the PPC. You know what I mean?
Well, it would be much easier if they could understand. Like, so for example, like it's disrespectful. It's disrespectful for these people to just assume that they have a Canadian identity. And I'll give you an example. Like, I would never dream, like, let's say hypothetically, I moved to Japan and, you know, I learned Japanese and I assimilate into Japanese culture. I would never dream of assuming that I'm Japanese. And that's what's so disrespectful and kind of like infuriating about these people. They think that because they say what we want to hear, and maybe they genuinely believe it, that doesn't matter. The point I'm getting at is like this belief that, like, you know, you have an Indian with an Indian accent and he comes to you and says, well, I am just as Canadian as you. I have Canadian values and I agree. Like, I am with you. And like, we believe in Canada first. It's like, but you're not though. And the fact that you don't understand that is why it's so disrespectful. Like, the fact that you think that you can just talk me into believing that you're Canadian because you say certain things is incredibly disrespectful. It shows a certain level of contempt for who we are as a people, and you know, what it means to be Canadian.
Right. So I hear what you're saying there, but I guess my sort of point is, like, this man that I spoke to in this example, he's someone who is very afraid of living under tyranny. So his sort of thing is like, hey, this party wants to stop that because he's aware of, like, you know, how Canada is taking a turn for the worst. And I guess from my perspective, it's like, well, this guy is doing shit. This guy's showing up. He's in a suit. He's ready to pound the pavement. He's ready to push our ideas. So it's like, you know,
look, I don't know this guy obviously personally or even, you know, by reputation or anything like that. But what I would say is, if he's such you know, an amazing fighter against tyranny and he's such a proponent of freedom, it's kind of weird to me that he would abandon his homeland and his own people to come here and fight for freedom here. So if he truly is such a great fighter, if he truly is such a passionate, you know, activist and all this stuff, why didn't he do it there? Why does he have to come fight for freedom? Why does he have to be Canadian? Why wouldn't he? Look, if he truly believes it, if he, like, you know, deep in his soul is willing to die for it, you know, I'm willing to die for it. I'm willing to go to jail for it. I'm probably under multiple police investigations just for my speech. And so, like, I'm willing to pay the ultimate price. What if he was, then why didn't he where he was? That would be my question.
I mean, I don't know the answer to that question, but
that's the fairy standard. If he can't be, apex sigma, then he's got to go back.
No, I'm not saying like that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying genuinely that's a strange thing to me. It's like whenever you get people who come here from these regimes and they're like, oh, I came to Canada for its freedom and because it's such a great country and all these things, and I really believe in the concept of this, and that's why I'm here to fight tyranny. It's like, well, why didn't you do it in your own home? If you really can't abide tyranny, if you really want to have freedom, if you believe in freedom for all people, why didn't you fight for it for your own people? That's a very strange thing to do.
I mean, I don't know like the what it looks like on the ground in the country where he came from, but I would imagine the answer would be it's completely untenable based on the state of the society of where he came from. Like I'd imagine that would kind of be the answer, where it's kind of like surviving and escaping the country is kind of just the most logical next thing to do.
See, it's funny though here as well, because I think it's interesting that we get so many people, and like this is something that obviously irritates all of us. You get these foreign diaspora populations who come to Canada and they say they make demands for like a free Khalistan or a free whatever Palestine or free Iran from the IRGC or free it's a never-ending parade of foreign diaspora politics.
Who's doing that?
Yeah, what was that? You can do that?
I will remove him.
Anyways, the point I'm getting at here is that irritates us, because it's like, why are you demanding we do something for your people in your country? But for some reason, we don't think it's weird when somebody else comes here and says like, oh, I came here to escape tyranny and now I'm here to fight your tyranny. Like that's what? Like why? Like that doesn't make any sense.
In my view, I think part of the reason why the image with Max generated so much controversy is because exactly of this kind of lack of representation. And if you look at Canada over the last 25 years, the one thing that I keep seeing among all Canadians that I talk to, whether from Vancouver all the way to Halifax, it's that this group is being recognized, that group is being recognized, this denomination is being recognized. Russia versus Ukraine, Palestine versus Israel, Hong Kong versus China, all of these different, and then, Pierre Poilievre's wife with Venezuela trying to jockey attention to that situation down south. What I'm seeing is a lot of anger. What I'm seeing is anger over a lack of representation. So I feel like that is probably the most important thing. And I feel like if Max gives the right impression that he is specifically representing Canadians, then you will see a massive surge in support for the PPC, a massive surge in support.
And that's where I get back to, I don't think it was a conscious effort to, prostrate for Hindus. It was a conscious effort for him to back up a candidate who took a phone call from them.
Of course.
And what I mean? Like there wasn't some overriding agency or political direction he's turning in that's betraying the platform. It just seemed to be something that, Michael Bader said, yeah, these guys said that they want to wear shirts that say support the country you live in or live in the country you support. And it's kind of like Greg's story of like, can we not accept people that are of another color that say we want to be part of what the doctor was talking about, which would be cultural nationalism. So that's where I thought the middle ground was tonight, was saying cultural nationalism is something to thrive for, because it does give white Europeans credit for creating such a great culture and society. And it does set it up to remove the woke standards that give everyone else a pass and hinder white people. So it would set up a scenario where people would not be thriving. They wouldn't be getting welfare. They would be going home if you don't fit in to what white people created without being solely, exclusively ethnocentric.
Well, he did say, and there is something you are glossing over, which is that the culture and the ethnos are tied. They're not, you can't just base.
No, I've always said the ethno is tied, but it's not the only. It's a spoke in a wheel of spirituality with church, cultural custom, who's willing to participate in it.
Exactly. So it is all of these things. So we must keep the ethnic in mind when considering this subject.
Yeah, I just think, you know, I would still kind of push back with some of what Ferry said, because it's like, sure, this guy's black, he's not from here, but he's willing to do something and pound the pavement. And there's a lot of people who look like me who think I'm racist for what I believe. Like, at least this guy's willing to fucking go out and fight for it. And I guess, like, yeah, the thing that kind of, I think, turns a lot of people off is like this constant, like, purity spiraling on race. I think it has its place for like what we're talking about in terms of what defines a Canadian and that sort of thing, of it being fundamental. But this idea of like, no, I don't want your help because of your skin color. Like, I think that's a tough sell for people.
But again,
I just have a quick question for tranny boy there. I just put a post up in the Jumbo that you made 2 nights ago, saying this photo with some Hindus means almost nothing if you have no ideological motivation. So my question to you, trans, like, do you not have any ideological convictions? Like,
No, I was talking
please
about
explain
people
to
that
me
were
what you
making
mean
it an
there.
event. No, I'm saying it's an event where we're saying it's a bit cringy. It's Michael Bader posing with people that are trying to virtue signal to Canada. But if you are saying we are white only and our participation depends on you never taking a photo with, if that's your ideology, then that's what I was mentioning. I wasn't mentioning the ideology of people. It's motivated reasoning for someone that says, that's why I can't get on board. It's a photo with someone that's a different color.
So
Okay, well, you kind of sneaked in there, T-Max. So let's go to Hans. I'm going to go to who?
Hey,
go ahead,
Ferryman. I just want to respond to Greg there. So part of the problem here with working with other groups or other individuals from outside what I would call, you know, the Canadian ethnic group or in group or however you want the nation, right, is that we are not organized or united in any capacity by ourselves. And so we've seen this play out over and over again. The best example I can think of this is whenever the freedom movement, or kind of like this kind of alt-right sphere in Canada, was gung-ho to work with Muslims to, you know, fight the tranny agenda. And we saw how this plays out. We are not united as a bloc. They are. And so what happens is your contribution as an individual just gets absorbed by their message. They're never going to come to your aid as an individual or as this ragtag collection of people who kind of sort of agree on these things. And so until we can establish ourselves as an identitarian movement, until we have a pro-white, an organized, explicitly pro-white movement, there is no way that you can work with these people, because you are serving their agenda instead of them, you know, aiding in yours, or vice versa. That's not a partnership, it's subservience, and that's the problem. And so, like, the perfect example, like I said, the Muslim
hold on.
Hang on.
Some black dude showing up wearing a PPC pin to shill for Maxime Bernier all day. That's Max being a slave to this black person?
Well,
how does that work?
But no, I'm saying organized groups in particular, but yes. Sorry. Obviously, Max isn't a slave in this situation. I'm just saying, who is he ultimately, like the PPC, I guess, the Canadian people? Like, I don't know who he's assisting, but again, even if we're not talking about this specific example, this still remains true at large, which is working with these other groups. Like, so for example, let's use the Hindu group, right? You can't work with a Hindu group, no matter how pro-Canadian they are, if you can't define what Canadian is and understand that there are two groups here that maybe have overlapping interests, but are not the same. And so until you can establish this separation, you're not working together. They're a united group, right? They have their own forum. And I guess in this context, it's the PPC, but this is not necessarily, you know, the Canadian people deciding they're going to work with this group. That's what needs to change. Is like, we need to be able to have put it this way. Whenever something happens to the Muslim community, all the politicians, they go and meet with the Muslim community leaders, Or if something happens to the Hindu community, they meet with the Hindu leaders. Pierre Poilievre is out there meeting with all the, the leadership of these different diaspora populations because they are united and they have representation. You're never going to have that for Canadians until we start collectivizing along some kind of, nationalistic and I would say ethnic lines.
I think.
Well, I think PPC, the more people support PPC, the more it makes Pierre pretend to be PPC. So that works as well for us.
Well, that's fine, but that's the PPC specific.
So
I'm talking about the Canadian people as a whole, and like this is
right.
there's a difference here.
But I guess
so, like
what you're saying with the PPC then is that because the PPC isn't more like a more consciously pro-white group, they're only subject to subversion of other groups because that's sort of.
No, I'm saying that I take the PPC out of this for a second until we as a people, right? Like non-politically for a second.
Okay, you're talking about in general. I see.
This doesn't involve necessarily political parties. Until we have our own advocacy groups that lobby and leverage the political parties, we're not going to get what we want. We're always going to be subservient to some other group who's doing this. This is why, 3% of Hindus can have politicians getting on their fucking knees and begging them for their support. Because they are a united bloc and they do have this in-group preference and they do demand that these political parties serve their interests. And that's what we're building. Honestly, I don't know if Diagolon is the only group doing this, but that's what we've served as. We just saw it play out with the PPC. We were able to cause a stink over a photograph. And I think it had influence. I think Maxime Bernier's rhetoric has been very aggressive the past couple of days because he's trying to make up for that misstep. And the reaction that he got to it. So that's the kind of influence that I'm trying or the kind of organization that I'm trying to help build, which is advocacy groups, institutions, clubs, whatever, that are going to explicitly advocate for Canadians. And I mean that in the ethnic sense, not in the cultural sense, not in the civic sense. I mean actual old stock Canadians, the founding populations. We have interests. We are a distinct people, and we deserve to be heard. We don't just deserve to be heard. We deserve to have power in our own country. And it's absurd that all these other groups take precedence over us and that we're last to get any kind of recognition or attention at all. We're the fucking majority.
72% of the country.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. But that's enough racism. Thank you, sir.
It is, just to kind of underline your point, it is very frustrating to see Pierre Poilievre to pander to every single ethnic group, and he basically just takes white Canadians for granted. Like, okay, I don't have to pander to you. And I thought it was when I called him out in my video of calling Chinese and East Indian Canadians Canadian patriots. I noticed that the next day he posted a picture with white people saying, "Look at these patriots," and I'm like, "Wow, it's the first time you've done that in a while." Jeez.
Trump is also a perfect example of this. In his victory speech, he thanked Latinos and he thanked blacks. I'm pretty sure he thanked Jews, who basically 88% of them or something voted for Democrats.
No, he actually didn't. That's strangely the one cohort that he did not thank this time around.
Well, he didn't thank white people though, did he?
No, he didn't, but he did not.
And that's Jews, my point. So the group that actually came through him the largest, the real reason that he won that election, which is dissatisfied, pissed off white people. Again, he refuses to acknowledge that they even exist, and it's because people are afraid to be called racist. And so,
but he did win. He did win without going ethnocentric.
Of course he did, but he's ignoring his base, and arguably he could have won by even more if he did a little bit more pandering to white people, because I know tons of American nationalists who sat out that election because they were fucking done listening to him pander to every group but them. So, I don't know, maybe he could have had another few million votes if he actually, gave a few nods to, actual Americans.
Can I hop in here quick?
Yeah, go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, so first of all, I do IRL activism. I hand out pro-white flyers that you can get at whitelivesmatter.ca. They are legal to distribute in Canada, hand to hand, or if you want to do it a little more anonymously, put them up on grocery store bulletin boards, or pin them down to cars parked on the street, like with the wiper blade. I've done it regularly in Calgary, never made the news. I did it once in Hamilton, made the news, got an anti-hate article. That's neither here nor there. I want to point out that I think Alex Cargill is a reasonable man and Ferryman is an unreasonable man. And what do I mean by that? In the words of George Bernard Shaw, the reasonable man adapts himself to the world. The unreasonable man persists in trying to adapt the world to himself. Therefore, all progress depends on the unreasonable man. And I would say I'm also an unreasonable man. Canada is for Canadians. Canadians are European.
Yeah.
Yes, this is ludicrous. This is very ludicrous.
That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me.
No, Trans, wait, you.
No, he was interrupting. He can come back later. Thank you.
Yeah, Nathan's having fun, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that is sort of represents the dichotomy or this kind of two ends of the spectrum of we need to work with the establishment and not work with the establishment, but work with sort of like what
I don't even know if that's true. I think trans is actually unreasonable as well, just in a different way. Like he doesn't compromise. Like if he was a compromiser, he would be working with the CPC and being like, "This is the best we've got. Like this is the best chance." So just the fact
trans,
that he's
you would be a great influencer for the Conservative Party. Have you thought about it? Switching over, throwing Max under the bus, and make a lot of money.
Yeah,
Right.
I would agree with that, Trans. I don't agree with you on everything, but I do agree that you are disagreeable, and that does work in your favor. That's a good thing.
Well, and I have a lot of respect for both Alexes here, but the reason why that quote comes to mind in kind of juxtaposing the two Alexes on the panel is that Cargill is a little more pragmatic, and I would say Ferryman is more aspirational. And that's why I'd say Cargill's the more reasonable and Ferryman's the more unreasonable.
No, I get you, man. And I agree. Like, I think, honestly, I'm operating in a political public realm, and I can't compete with people that have no such rules or regulations. It's an impossible competition to say PPC can be just as edgy and push the Overton window as much as a group, as much as a patriot group. It just isn't possible. So I've always been content. I've always been having fun going into Diagolon lives and going, yep, cringy CivNat has arrived. Go ahead, guys. I get it. I've chosen to be here because I feel like this is the place where I can make a big difference in people that aren't on the extremely strong end that are willing to accept every ugly of the world. I don't think that there's a way to get out of where we are by, I think I said it earlier, going to Wall Street and saying, get the Jews out. There's only a way to go to Wall Street and pursue crimes without putting any lens over it. And then after it's all done, if you guys want to say, see, I told you it was 97% Jewish, I'll go, oh, you know what? You guys are right. But we can't approach it in the way that you're free to say, and public figures and public institutions are not free to say it. I think we can get to the same destination, but I don't know. I don't see a way your way, and I see a way this way.
Well,
Okay,
I mean,
well,
I think you
Cargill,
could.
I got a question for you. After this whole debate tonight, in retrospect, do you think that it was a mistake to disavow the nationalists? Because, in my opinion, like, the nationalists won this debate tonight. Clear cut. And if you look at the comments,
I have a lot of people that think otherwise. I don't care, but I make my points regardless. And I would expect T-Mac, I would expect you to think that Ferryman won. And coming into this debate, I had 1,000% certainty that not only would Diagolon think I lost, they would be absolutely incensed that I dared criticize them.
No, I mean, I'm not really affiliated with Diagolon, but I have a lot of respect for you, having this conversation. And I do think that
I do too.
PPC could go viral.
Likewise.
And a lot more support by doing IRL activism, even if it was
again, it's funny. Trans T-Mac is not Diagolon, man.
Neither
am
am
not
I.
Diagolon at all.
Again, this is you
Okay.
attribute everybody who's nationalist minded to being part
Dude,
of,
I'm generalizing. It's in the fairy sphere. I see him responding to tweets when I talk to you. I see him when you're around. I don't know everyone's membership. I don't click on everyone's profile. So would you say he's in your Telegram or a friend of yours?
I don't have Ferry on Telegram. Ferry is somebody that I I respect deeply. I think that his views are almost 100% spot on, but I am not Diagolon, and
I'm sorry, white nationalist.
yes, I am a white nationalist. Absolutely.
I should have been more precise. I'm sorry.
Well, it's just, again, like the point I'm trying to make here is not like, oh, you misgendered him or something. Like, obviously, like it's more a testament to like not understanding that the nationalist sentiment growing in Canada is beyond Diagolon. And like, obviously we might be one of the bigger kind of entities that makes up the wider nationalist movement in Canada, but there are a lot of groups and they're growing fast. And so like, we're trying to help rally this and kind of unify it, but we don't claim to be, myself, Jeremy, Derek, like, it's not like we claim, ownership of it or anything like that. It's not ours. It's above us.
There's a reason CSIS claims that there's over 300 hate groups in the country, right? And it's not only because of Diagolon.
I'm honestly just talking in the context of speaking with Ferryman. It's not really a big deal to me to, I don't want to put it all on Diagolon or think everyone is Diagolon. But what we were talking about right now was in the context of Diagolon. And I'm very happy to say, yes, there's a lot of white nationalists. And I think that it's out there to look at the data and say, is there more white nationalists, or are there more civ nats, or are there more cultural nationalists? Who are the ones that are most affected by what's going on right now? Who are in the largest number? I can guarantee that it's a growing number of white nationalists, but I also think that there's an incredibly strong argument for what the doctor on here was saying, Dr. Ricardo, about cultural nationalism. And I only mentioned CivNat as a way of saying I'm not white exclusive in who I would want to vote for PPC. I think that that's a limiting thing, and I don't see any precedent for that anywhere on earth as having worked.
Sean?
Alex, I think you're a smart guy. Do you think that culture is up or downstream from race?
It's part. It's not one. It's not a binary.
No. Just give me an answer. Is it upstream or downstream?
If I'm given a false dichotomy, I'm going to increase the scope of what you're saying and correct the question that it is part of religion, nationality, race. It's a mix of things, but it is not solely ethnic.
He's right.
Okay, Sean, go ahead.
Yeah, curious, Ferry. What is the utility of going after the PPC? Like, this has been an excellent conversation tonight, and I'm
there you go. You got your answer.
We didn't get to talk much in Kamloops there, but I'm thinking we're probably pretty much on the same page, right? Like you say, you don't see a political solution to this, but the Overton window in this country has moved rapidly, and the PPC it's a large spectrum of people, right? And not everyone sees what we see. But why would that's like the fucking IRA going after Sinn Féin, right? Like being involved and having these kind of conversations and moving.
The IRA did go after Sinn Féin whenever they negotiated and accepted, bullshit terms.
All right.
But
so
I wouldn't say that PPC has crossed any lines, though. I'd say that that was my entire argument, Ferryman, was I've long known that you view yourself as a pressure on movements to keep the Overton window going and keep PPC moving to a more extreme position to get on the radar. And I'm just saying, where's the line and where's the cost-benefit analysis of if you're going to put everything in terms of an ultimatum and one photo makes you launch a lot of tweets saying that PPC is over, it just seems like very unreliable support. It seems like very bipolar support.
You've missed the crux. So first of all, you've missed the crux. Like, this is a tactic. Like, you guys understand this, right? Causing controversy gets you what you want. It gets you a conversation that you want. It gets you the attention that you want. Being offensive is part of it. And so you may think it's childish. You may think it's over the top. You may think it's exaggerated. But to answer Sean's question, we're having this conversation right now because of the actions that I took in the wake of that photo. And basically, I've been able to espouse my view and introduce, these kinds of concepts to a much larger audience, and predominantly PPC audience, it seems like, because I took that offensive approach. If I had gone with meek criticism and said, oh, this is not a great look from Max. He shouldn't do this. Like, it's not that big of a deal, but like, this is not really the way to go. Nobody would care. But if I go out and I go guns blazing and I say, this is terrible, this is the end of the PPC, you guys are fucking up, this is incompetence, all of a sudden we're engaging in the conversation, aren't we?
Yeah, I guess, but it's like, I don't know, how do you do an accurate audit of how much good versus bad you did? I mean, you live in a sphere where everyone's going to be going, yes, this is good, yes, this is good, but there is a huge swath of people that are not, entertained by this stuff, and they're turned off by it.
What's the bad?
The majority of people that you influenced with this, right, aren't in this conversation. And you said earlier,
oh, they don't want it. They don't want to be part of it. I'm the only one who likes talking about uncomfortable shit. A lot of people just want to move on and go, look, I just want to pursue something that we can affect, and I don't want to be tied in with something that I think will get us black labeled.
Yeah, well, and to what you said earlier,
right? Like, I want to have the conversation. I don't care. I've never been afraid of having a controversial conversation. But many PPCers are not like me, and they want to row forward, and they don't want to take any of the drama that's associated with very volatile support that seems to be very emphasized on the negative and fleeting compliments to it. And not really, like, it's different realms. It's a completely different realm. And that's why I said, I think you should start a political party, and I'm sure you will.
We're not starting a political party, and we haven't hid this at all. We are starting a nationalist organization. It's very close to being launched. And the intention with it is to do exactly what we've been doing in a more concentrated and effective way. And, more street movement, more community building of the right, type of guys who can, commit the right level of engagement. So like, we are working on this, and it's, been a long process, and obviously finding the way to do this without being labeled a terrorist organization or, being attacked. Like, this takes some nuance and some, careful planning. So it is in the process. We haven't really hidden that. And so I'm sure you'll see that in 2025. It's basic. It's not a secret. The name is out, the branding is out. Like, this is, we're doing it. So it's happening. But again, you said, like, most people don't engage in this space. I mean, dude, there was almost 500 people in here at one point, which is pretty big for a PPC centered space. So like, if saying that most people don't want to engage in this conversation, I think is incorrect. They may disagree with me, or they may disagree with you, but they actually do want to hear these conversations. And I think that, we both acquitted ourselves pretty well. And I think that hopefully I gave the PPC some new kind of concepts to think about when they think about nationalism, when they think about who they are as a people, when they think about the direction they actually want this country to go. Like, these are important things.
All right,
let's forget that.
Yeah, that's why I like talking to you, Ferryman, because you're incredibly reasonable when we talk, but it seems to get very incendiary and hyperbolic and all kinds of shit when it just goes into tweet mode, which I thought, I hate looking at my phone, tweeting, responding to 50 different people saying the same fucking thing and hitting send, rather than just talking about it.
That's why we're having this.
That's
why we're having this conversation, though, to try to make it a more high order conversation and actually get into the nitty gritty and not just constantly bitch at each other and turn it into this flame war. But I think Ferryman does make a good point, which is what I think in a way the PPC needs to do, which is like kind of be like. Because this would be one of my criticisms of the sort of tone and message of Maxime Bernier's Twitter. Sometimes it's too calculated. It's too trying to be correct about everything. It's true. Well, there's this and that. I'm going to be balanced. It's like, no, you should be more controversial. You should be more of a troll. You should be more provocative and simplistic. Maybe sometimes childish. I don't know, childish, but like, there is room for improvement there, I think.
For sure. And I like the reason someone said earlier, why don't you want to be a candidate or something? Because I hate being locked into representing other people than myself. I hate not being able to be wild and say whatever the fuck I want.
That was
so
a joke
I do
in my
mitigate my judgments of people that are public figures that do have to be positive joiners of people. It's cringy as fuck. I can't go into a chat room without destroying it, like with pure disagree with all of you.
I don't think you understand how much freedom you have as a PPC candidate, Trans. I've been one. You
True.
can.
You are way more personable and likable than me, Greg. I'm sorry. It's just
man. I'll say this: I had interactions with probably half a dozen PPC candidates over this controversy, and I don't think that they were in any way being told what they can or can't say by HQ. So. I mean, I got wildly different kind of responses on things. So it kind of tells me that they're not really.
Yeah, you're right. Max lets everyone pretty much be themselves. It's a very big tent. And that's, it's just me. When I feel like I'm representing other people, it puts a level of responsibility on me that I like to just shoot my mouth off and piss people off.
Yeah,
basically.
But I mean, Trans,
I
like
completely
you say,
disagree with that.
Trans,
I completely disagree with that. I mean, Max blocked me for politely telling him that pandering to cheats is not the way forward.
Yo, this is a huge problem. This is actually I'm glad T-Mac brought this up, which is, guys, if Maxime ever wants to win an election, he can't block half of fucking Canada. Okay.
Is he blocking?
I don't know how to say it any other way.
There is still an overestimation of how much is happening in online. When I see online PPC versus IRL PPC, it's really a different block. And like Kelly Lawrence in Alberta had huge gain, like 10% or something he got of the vote with 100 X followers. It's a bigger world out there. This is global. And when you focus on door knocking and subvert all the digital mechanisms to censor PPC, it is a much bigger world. Than what we see.
I think you make a great point, Trans, but at the same time, you want to have as many of your digital warriors on your side to be adding to the ratios and that sort of thing. I think it is a powerful thing that should be utilized, and it's actually one of the strengths of the PPC as well.
I don't agree. I don't agree with the mass blocking. I don't agree with the mass blocking, but there has been 100-fold bot army that I've not blocked into existence, but muted into existence by being a PPC supporter. And I think early on that was happening with the Project Kinsella bullshit of completely animated attacks jumping over every post Max had. And I think that was a natural mechanism to say, okay, they won't appear if they're blocked. And that just turned into a reflex of anyone that passes a certain rudeness level and anyone that says they're blocked. I do a search of their name and then I search Max Bernier, and I usually find that they're being as rude as the automated bots are that follow Max around for years. It's not an excuse, guys. I'm just saying it's a mitigating factor. I would rather he mute them.
I was being extremely polite to Max, and all I said was, these people are not Canadians. The Hindu nationalists, they're not Canadians, and they need to be deported too. And I feel like that is a pretty level-headed position to take. And Max blocked me over that. And blocking your constituents over voicing a reasonable opinion like that is fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, and this is, look, I admit, because some people get blocked by Max because they're being ludicrous, right? They're being over the top. But man, there's PPC members who have gotten blocked by Max for because they get a little heated or something. I've had multiple PPC members be like, Max blocked me. They're a paying member of the party, and he just that's not how. I'm sorry, man. That's not how you, it's an immediate way to ensure that you've forever lost a vote, because that person is never going to see the stuff that you write in the future. You're never going to be able to turn them around, to win them over, to bring them back to your side. You've basically said, fuck you, I don't want your vote. And then why would you expect them to give it's just a terrible strategy.
And there's what's the utility in even blocking them too? I can tweet the most vile stuff at Trudeau, at Polyev. They're never going to block me because they're a federal party leader. By principle, you should not block people on that principle alone, because the only result is you have people like T-Mac and PPC supporters who care. That's why they commented. And if you're blocking them, it's what is the strategy here? It doesn't really make any sense. Now, I want to move on though, because I feel like of all the issues, that's kind of a, anyway, I hope it's good feedback for headquarters. I need to eat something and go to sleep soon, but did we hear from Johan yet? Did you want to hop on and say something?
To that, and then we can wind it down, guys. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, hi guys. I'm from Sweden in Scandinavia, and I think it's just important thing to say that we have free healthcare here, and we have free dentists up to age 23 years old, and maybe it's something you can do when Elon Musk starts cutting the government spendings in the US, that you can have free healthcare too. I think it's important, and yeah, you can tell it to Kennedy Jr. and we all.
What is
All
this
right.
about
Thank you,
healthcare? Who is
Joanne.
paying for this?
Thank you so much for that. That's a really good idea, actually. Okay.
Listen, this is a lost Viking, sir. We're gonna have to get you to go back on your long ship. And
Yeah, I don't know where you parked your car. We're in Canada, but you know, maybe we should have free healthcare. You know, maybe once the right people are in charge, we'll do that. But thank you for tuning in. I appreciate it.
Believe Henrik from Red Ice follows him. It's very strange.
I thought for sure he was trolling or something. Do we want to get anybody else up here? I'm about to.
No, we can wrap it up if you're good.
Okay, awesome. Well, since I think Trans bowed out, if there's any kind of closing statements that either you want to make, if either you want to make some closing statements, Ferryman, before you go, I think it sounds like we found some common ground here. Like I think
both of them make closing statements, please.
Yeah, like because let me just give my assessment real quick. I feel like we've found some common ground here, and that yes, you know, the PPC could have some spicier messaging, some better messaging. They you know, can try to be more controversial and get in the news and that sort of thing. And on the other hand, I don't think I've ever heard this from the Ferryman camp before, but it's like it sounds like you understand that although it's not part of the political system, it all is still politics at the end of the day. Like you do still need to kind of be diplomatic and try to win people over, because I just feel, you know, there are people who follow Diagolon or whatever that are sometimes like, they kind of reject that notion entirely of we don't need to be diplomatic at all, and we just kind of need to do our own thing. And that's, you know, it sounds like on the space you kind of mentioned that, like, no, there needs to be a plan. There does need to be some sort of method to make our ideas more popular. So,
look, you have to be pragmatic and you have to be able to be diplomatic. But unless you have teeth, unless you have an unwillingness to compromise, you don't get what you want. And this is part of the strategy, which is, look, think about simple negotiation tactics. If you want a $5 raise, you ask for a $10 raise. True. Because you negotiate down to 5. So if I want Canada to be, you know, 85, 90%, you know, white again, then I'm going to ask for 100%. I'm going to ask for 99%. I'm not going to negotiate from like, oh, if we can just get rid of like a few of these international students, that would be good, I guess. Like that's weak. That like this is not a good negotiating tactic. And so again, when the PPC was saying, oh, we need to reduce immigration, that was weak. When they start saying moratorium, and even, you know, I've read the policy, moratorium is kind of like a misnomer, because they're saying like a moratorium on, what was it, permanent residencies or something like that, but they're okay with international students and temporary workers. They just want fewer of them.
No, because those are, sorry, go on.
I was going to say, I don't really like the term moratorium, because it's like, if I tell an apolitical friend, they're going to be like, what the hell is that? Is that like a building?
The best line is mass deportations now, which is a pretty popular expression. I mean, in the European context, they're going with remigration. That's been popularized by Martin Sellner and the Austrians, you know, continental Europe. And now it's spilled over into the English. And so that's becoming a pretty popular slogan, remigration. I guess it's a little bit softer than mass deportations, but it's the same thing ultimately. So like, yeah. If you want to, like, you have to start approaching the problem from a position of strength and, you know, an unwillingness to compromise if you want to get what you want. And this is the problem with Canadians, is they'll compromise away their entire existence. And so, you know, that's what we're trying to embolden, is this, again, it's this fighting spirit. It's this unwillingness to negotiate, this unwillingness to compromise, this, you know, it needs teeth. You have to have some aggression. You can't be a dog without a bite and all bark. It's never going to work. You have to be able to, be aggressive in these situations. And I've proven that. It works. I don't know if you can say it's me myself, but the very fact we're having this conversation is because I had teeth and because I approached the problem with aggression and an unwillingness to compromise and a fuck you attitude. That's why we're here right now. That's why 500 people listen to this. So, like, again, whatever analogy you want to use, the greasy wheel, the squeaky wheel gets the grease, or the whatever. This is the approach that you have.
We have over 5,000 engagements right now.
Let's go. And we really appreciate everyone being respectful tonight. I feel like it was a productive conversation. Trans, did you want to say anything before you go?
Yeah, sure. It's just that I was the one pushing for this, and I think you were a little reluctant early on, Ferryman, but it is good to talk about this stuff. But I do think that we're talking about different realms. Like, you can celebrate the rules-free realm of being a radical, but being a public persona trying to get votes from all of Canada, you can't, like, you never had to draw the line tonight. You never had to say what makes Karima stay. You never had to say, this is all stuff that you'll... No, but she doesn't say. So I see the rhetoric get reasonable when we're talking, but it goes to a complete level where you can't expect Max to endorse what's happening outside of the realm where you're in, the clubhouse where anything goes, to the political realm. So I'm talking about things that are possible in a certain set of rules and a certain set of restrictions. And I get that you're pushing it and you're pushing the envelope, but there's also forces that have been trying to push the envelope way too far. And I think that there is some sort of line where we need to know, where does it stop and where is it valuable as an ally, and where does it go to be where you're a Kinsella operation doing exactly what they did in 2019. So I know that you're reasonable when I talk to you, but I also know that you've got a certain set of things that are getting engagement that guide you, and it's a certain thing that happens with a lot of conservatives too, where they don't want to unify under a banner of anything.
Go and
What's
look
that?
at the poll in the comments tonight, and you tell me who people agree with. Okay.
What are you talking about? A Twitter poll that's going to just justify whoever retweets it? Whoever puts more effort into, you think that's science, T-Mac? Is that science?
Conversation. The people that were listening to the conversation.
Okay.
I mean,
it's all right. That's not really. It's just a Twitter poll, but like let's.
Yeah, it's a Twitter poll. I don't think that's science. I think you need to probably just see who's retweeting it the most and who cares about winning the argument and saying they won over having a discussion. I'm proud of every point I made early on. I thought that the doctor came in.
Keep huffing on that copium.
It's not copium, dude. I'm completely happy with debating Ferryman, and I think even he would agree. We both had strong points, and we both, have areas where we conceded some ground. So if you want to be a tribalist jockeying up that totem pole to suck that dick, then keep going, bro.
I just want to point out, I think it's interesting that you think you were the one pushing for this. I think that's very interesting. I mean, I know you asked for it.
Wait. Okay, hold on. This isn't going into any productive territory.
No.
I know, but wasn't I? No, I want to hear this. Wasn't I?
I mean, you were, but I mean, you kind of did exactly what I wanted you to do, because you brought all of the PPC. The PPC was the one driving this. It's being hosted by a PPC member. All the PPC leadership was tagged in this. I looked through the majority of people listening to this space were PPC supporters, and they all listened to me, which they never would have. So, like, you gave me exactly what I wanted. So thank you for doing that. You guys have heard where we're coming from.
We've always heard that, though. There's never been anyone that silenced you or was trying to keep you on the back burner.
No, but what I'm saying is I could have never gotten this engagement if I hadn't acted the way I did. And then you came to me.
And I couldn't have got the distinction that ethno-nationalism is just a spoke in the wheel and it's not the entire wheel. Like, so achieving that was fine with me.
Do you think that people agreed with? Do you think that people
Okay, no, guys, we're not going to have this conversation.
Yeah, I think that it's a biased issue that depends on what lens you're coming from.
This is silly and petty. Let's wrap it up here.
Yeah, Greg, go ahead. And
we found some common ground. We found some differences, and the point is, it's a good thing that we came together to have this conversation because I think it was very productive and it was civil. Now the real question is, what are we going to do when the headline comes out where it's like, People's Party leadership rubbing shoulders with Diagolon? Oh my God! What are we going to do when that headline comes out?
Were they though?
Let me give.
Well,
let me give
they're going to try. You know that's obviously a possibility.
Let me give you the play on this one. If that does happen, you say yeah, so what?
Exactly.
And then you move on.
Exactly.
That's a banger tweet. Actually,
speak out about the fact that they're not apologetic.
Yeah.
Yep, I agree.
Yep.
Well, I just want everybody who is listening right now to go and vote in the poll that I just put up in the Jumbo. You know.
Okay.
Dog.
This is democracy.
Let me see who's retweeted it. Okay, Ferryman's retweeted it. Who else? Derek. Yep. Dag.
Copium.
And dude, if you think that's scientific,
this is pointless though.
Celebrating
this is like,
a W in the clubhouse is your goal.
Shouting match. We won. We got a more debate. Okay, it's very amazing content. This is great content.
Hey,
we're gonna wrap it up.
You guys are the fans of elections and democracy and voting and stuff. All right, this is your territory, not mine.
Okay, and we will end on that. I really appreciate everyone coming out. I respect people being respectful. I thought it was a productive conversation, and yeah, thanks again for your time, everybody.
I have to end it though. So
yeah, no, if you want to save free speech, go to SaveFreeSpeech.ca. There's a donate button. You know, if you want to support more debates like this, had to get that plug in there. Is there anything else you want to say before we go, Rachel?
Gentlemen, you guys were amazing. I've learned something. Everybody was super respectful. I don't think anybody dropped an F-bomb. I mean, you guys were awesome. Thank you for doing this. Thank you for spending this time.
Hey guys, thank you so much for tuning in to the live stream. If you want to support Save Free Speech, go to SaveFreeSpeech.ca, or if you want to go directly to the donation link, you can go to givesendgo.com/SaveFreeSpeech. Amazing. And that's it. We ended it. We ended the Twitter space. How do we feel that went, guys? Did that link work? It didn't even work, did it? That didn't even work. Hold on, let me bring it up here. We've raised over $12,000 for the Give Send Go campaign. We are going to be interviewing people this weekend. It's exciting. We're working with a professional documentarian, an award-winning documentarian. So if you want to support that, go to givesendgo.com/SaveFreeSpeech. Maybe we should read some donations here. Darren Turner with $100. Thank you, Greg, for all your hard work. God bless Canada. Geraldine Slyman says $100, says, I support you every step of the way in this endeavor. I watched your YouTube video on Remembrance Day several times. Very powerful indeed. God has spoken. Let's go. Thank you for these huge donations, guys. Darren Turner with $100 says, thank you, Greg, for all your hard work. God bless Canada. Thank you, Darren Turner. And Alan with $50. I stand with you, Greg. It's beyond belief what's happening to my Canada. Again, go to, I didn't have it on screen, but yeah, go to, oh my God. Go to givesendgo.com/SaveFreeSpeech. Let's read some of the chat before I go. MM says, Dags are a bunch of gagging groupies who think they're tough. Lol. Vote PPC. I mean, I don't think that's true. I think there's a lot of... I think Ferryman is very, very intelligent and actually really well-spoken, despite the crazy stuff that he might tweet sometimes. Kenzie Kraken says 4 hours was pretty dang awesome. We're getting up there. Bruce G says, nice job moderating. Thanks. Do you think it was okay? I thought I did okay. It's kind of weird because I guess it's probably better that I agree kind of with both sides, right? So I'm not going to hop too much on one side or the other. Oh, you guys can't even see me, can you? Whoops. Total Ferryman victory, says St. George Kirby Floyd BLM 69. I mean, I think I heard good points from both sides. I think that, to me, one of the goals of tonight was to try to give some useful information to PPC headquarters. And I think we succeeded in that. I think that, there's a lot more to be desired in terms of getting the message out there. I don't know if I said this in the debate tonight, but you know, I'm seeing Mark Emery make tweets. I'm seeing Daniel Tyree, the former executive director of the PPC, make tweets. And of course, Ferryman and others make tweets that I feel I'm like, man, this is exactly what Max should be saying. You know, like this is what Max's Twitter should be saying, because this has more grit. It's got more oomph to it. And I really think they should be working around the clock to focus on that one issue. Mass immigration. PPC, focus on mass immigration, focus on deportations. Just keep working, workshop the bumper stickers, workshop what you can put on t-shirts. Is it deportations? Is it remigration? We were talking about how maybe moratorium isn't the sexiest word because most people don't even know what moratorium is. So I would be working around the clock to workshop that, think of things to get Max in the headlines. Sure, they're going to call it racist. Of course they are. But this is what you want, because if you look at the growth of the PPC, it's always when they were being called racist and in the media. We know this. We know this is the case. And yeah, I mean, in terms of that debate, I push back a little bit on Diagolon and Ferryman. Because yeah, I mean, the racial purity stuff, I don't think that's very appealing to people. I understand like where he's coming from, but it's like that is a tough sell for me. That is like, that's a little intense for, I think, for most people. Whereas, you know, you can get you can get people to agree with the mass deportations, but the second it's like pure, like racial purity and stuff, it's like, whoa, like that really has a different vibe to it, I think. And especially for the PPC, it's also like absurd. It's like you're not going to have the PPC saying stuff like this that alludes to like, you know, racial purity. Like that's just total. And it's not because you're going to get called racist. It's because regular ass working class people will be like, oh shit, I don't think I can associate myself with that. Whereas, you know, doing something along with what they're doing, just making it more aggressive with mass deportations, I think is totally something a lot of Canadians will get on board with. Lee Stewie says, I think Canada should be a large majority white country. Yeah, I think there's a term for that, a white majoritarian. I think, you know, I didn't really bring it up tonight on the debate, but it's not even, because I've heard some people say too of like, hey, like, well, this deportation talk is kind of scary because it's like, well, you know, I have a black friend or a brown friend, like, will we deport them? Da da da. And I would say like that doesn't really matter right now, because we don't even have any political power to impose any of these things anyway. So it's like, you know, figuring that out, I don't think is really that important of a discussion. I think what we can do now is use the deportation word as a rhetorical device to, you know, popularize our message and this idea of, you know, reversing this intense demographic change. That's the most important thing right now, is popularizing this rhetorical device of deportation and just making more Canadians realize that it is totally possible. And yeah, although me and Ferryman didn't agree on everything, I think he was totally nail on the head when it comes to like how radicals push the culture, push the Overton window. And yeah, I think that's like a really good point that the PPC needs to embrace. They need to be the more radical right-wing party. Because they already are. They're already branded as that. They're already kind of like, you know, they get smeared that way. And they really have nothing to lose except more popularity. Because there's a lot of people who feel this way, that we need to kind of reverse this radical demographic change. Karen M says, my bathwater is cold. The great space, Greg. Yeah, you know what? I think I'm going to call it with that. On that note, we're going to wrap it up. Thanks for tuning in. Wow, 4.5 hours. All I had was a glass of water. Unbelievable. Thanks for tuning in, guys. I'm just going to stop it now. Thank you so much for tuning in. Love you. Love you always. And until next time, we will talk to you soon. Peace out.